It's with the J6 Prison Choir. What's amazing about this is over the past several days, you guys in your purchase of this song have driven it to #1 on the iTunes sales chart, which is pretty amazing. It was like 13 and then it went up to 1. So 1 in hip hop and 1 overall. So that was made possible because of you guys, Anthem of the Free. And because of that, to thank you for that, we're actually going to be giving away as a contest. One lucky person will be getting this signed Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster signed by the great Steve Bannon. Now here's how you can enter to win this contest. Make sure, listen closely, you can text J6PC to 75802. That's the number you need to text it to, 75802, and that will allow you to enter the contest. I think Parker told me last night there were almost 800 entries thus far.
Wow.
So there's a lot of people that want to win this thing. It's beautiful. You can see it here. It will be given away on January 5th, just in time for the anniversary of J6. So make sure you text that number to enter this great contest. But Benny, I just feel like it's been a great 4 days, and I think it's going to be even better. We've got Vice President J.D. Vance. There's apparently a special surprise coming. I don't know what it is necessarily. I think I know, but I'm not sure. But what do you think's in store for us?
Well, seeing the line in here on the way in at 6 a.m. was quite the surprise. I mean, lines wrapped around the building. And there is, we have heard some teasers as to potential special guests that will be making their way here. And I'm really excited. I think this week is, like you've said, Bo, going into Christmas, it's just so incredible how all of us have come together and shared faith and politics and how we hope to keep this revival going. But I think guests are in for some surprises today. I'm really excited to see if we're right on some of these.
Ben, I'll give you just kind of a quick rundown of who's going to be here today. Pastor Greg Laurie will kick us off. Michael Watley, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds.
And we will be speaking to Byron.
I think he's going to be stopping by, which is great. He's an amazing guy. Congressman Andy Biggs, Glenn Beck, Speaker Mike Johnson, Donald Trump Jr., Erica Kirk, it says, and special guest. We don't know who that is, I don't think yet, and then Vice President J.D. Vance. Ben, have you seen any of the stuff that Glenn Beck is doing with AI lately? Have you seen some of the stuff he's doing? Just to give you a quick run, and I happen to see this only because I follow him on Instagram. He has apparently the 3rd largest collection of private founding documents outside of the Library of Congress.
I didn't know that.
And he's got this museum for it. It's been in a vault. And I read what he's doing. His proprietary technology is incorporating it with AI, and he's created a virtual librarian, George Washington, that has ingested it all so that when you talk to this person, it's supposed to be a healthy way of using AI, so you can ask that person who can only answer from the ingestion of those founding documents. To teach, this is like Glenn's next chapter, is to educate people using only those founding documents. How incredible is that?
Yeah, it's one of those things, and I got into this with Joe Allen the other day. We were, obviously Joe is a strong opponent of AI. He's basically, his entire mission is on defeating AI and the bot world that's coming. But I'm mixed on it. I see the value. I mean, in some ways, it's somewhat inevitable. Technology continues to increase. You think of microcomputing. I saw an image the other day of a fingerprint, and it was zoomed in, and at one of the ridges on a fingerprint was a tiny microchip. And I'm thinking, okay, I mean, some of this stuff, like when you see the level of technology, it's way beyond me. I'm like, okay, we're heading to some unknown, uncharted places, and some of it's scary. And I think, like with robotics, especially when we have 8 billion people, we're going to have 10 billion people on the earth pretty soon. There aren't going to be jobs potentially. I mean, there's a lot of concern about that. But I look at something like that and I say, well, while it's here, let's use it for our advantage. So how do you navigate that in a way? How do we navigate technology in a way? And even as a Christian, you think about what's coming. People talk about the mark of the beast all the time. They're talking about implanting chips in your head and all this crazy stuff. And you think, okay, Lord, guide me in this. Help me to use these things for your glory. Help me to have foresight and wisdom about what's good and what's evil. But it is, something like that is incredible.
I think it's a fine line, Ben, and you're so right, because I remember a conference I went to in Barcelona a couple years ago, and they had that famous painting of the 2 fingers touching, and the top finger was not God's, it was a robot's. That scared me.
Yeah.
So you have to think about, like you said, mark of the beast. Artificial intelligence, it's not human intelligence. We were created from God. So how do you lasso that for ethical purposes? But here's what I'm thinking, basically is, okay, so if you lasso this for the Bible and people could use AI to actually teach people the Bible, because we already have apps for it right now, could that be an ethical way to do it? So I think it's certainly possible.
And I think I don't.
National anthem. We just got word national anthem is starting. So we're gonna head into the main room. And
now it says no.
No, is it not?
Maybe there's not.
No, we are.
Oh, there we go.
Right
We
here
do
on the
have
screen.
it.
Let's head in there and check it out.
Good morning, everybody. You can all be seated. My name is Greg Laurie, and I'm a pastor from California. Don't hold that against me. Someone's got to stay back in California to turn the lights off. But actually, I'm staying there to keep the lights on, the light of the gospel of Jesus Christ, right? So I received express direction to not stand behind the vice presidential podium, but I'm so tempted, but I'm not going to. I want to just share a few words with you this morning, this Sunday morning, as we gather for what is going to be an epic day. We're going to hear from a lot of very significant people, including the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. I don't know if you've seen the Vice President's movie about his life based on a book called Hillbilly Elegy. It's a classic American story. A boy raised in Middleton, Ohio. His mother was addicted to drugs, married and divorced many times. And his grandmother, who he called his mama, stepped in and literally saved his life. His life turned around. He became a Christian. He joined the Marine Corps. He eventually went to college to Yale and wrote his book. And next thing you know, he's a heartbeat away from the presidency of the United States. Maybe your past will explain you, but it doesn't have to define you. And I kind of relate to his story a little bit because my mother was married and divorced 7 times. I too was raised by my grandmother. I too came into a relationship with Jesus Christ, and it changed the trajectory of my life. But when I was a little boy, I used to go into my bedroom when I was living with my grandparents, pull the covers up over my head, and talk to an imaginary character I came up with, and I named him Mr. Nobody. I would pour my heart out to Mr. Nobody, tell him what I was thinking about, tell him what frightened me. And the sad thing is I was 30 when I was doing this. Not really, no. I was probably, 5 years old. And then as I got older, and one day on my high school campus, I heard the gospel. I realized Mr. Nobody had a name. It was Jesus Christ, you see? And I want to tell you a story today that Jesus told. We call it the parable of the prodigal son, but it could better be called the parable of the prodigal sons. And it's a story of our lives because we're all searching. We're all searching for meaning. We're all searching for purpose. We get around to asking the big questions of life like, why am I here? What is the meaning of my life? What is going to happen to me after I die? So Jesus told this amazing story, and it simply begins with these words. A man had 2 sons. One of those sons, that we call the prodigal son, was restless. He was a rule breaker. He was a troublemaker. The other son, who really was a prodigal in his own way, was obedient to the father. He was a rule keeper, but both of them needed to be right with their dad. So the prodigal son, the rule breaker, one day said, I'm loosely paraphrasing, Dad, I'm tired of all of your lame rules and regulations, and I'm tired of waiting for you to die. I just want my inheritance now. He was the ultimate Nepo baby. So his father gave him his portion of the inheritance, and that boy went out and lived a wild and crazy life. He was living La Vida Loca for sure. But he came to the end of himself very quickly. And the Bible says, Jesus says, and that boy came to his senses. And he realized, you know what? This sucks. Life back home with my dad was actually really good. I didn't know how good I had it. And I was going to go back to my father and say, Dad, I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. Maybe you'll just give me a job. I'll just go home again. But he came to his senses. And you know, I know you folks have come from all around America, from every state. Some of you have come from other countries. And I know you come from all kinds of different spiritual backgrounds. But I want you to know that no matter where you come from, there is a God in heaven who loves you and can forgive you of your sin and give to you the meaning and purpose of life. Because really, if you look at Charlie Kirk's life and boil it down to its essence, what motivated this young man to do what he did? What kept him going even when there were threats on his life? It was his relationship with Jesus Christ. And he's with Jesus right now because he put his trust in Christ. But it's true. But back to our story. So the boy decides to go home. And that brings up an interesting question. How long does it take to become a Christian? You know, sometimes people say, you know, I'm in the process of converting. Look, you're either converted or you're not converted. Becoming a Christian, it doesn't take years, it doesn't take months, it doesn't take weeks, it doesn't take days, it doesn't even take hours. It can happen just like that. See, for me, after being raised in an alcoholic home, I went and lived my own crazy life. I got into drugs, I got into drinking, quickly saw how empty it was. And when I heard people talk about their faith in God, I was actually walking across my high school campus, and there was a group of Christians singing songs about Jesus, and I thought they were collectively insane. I thought they were one taco short of a combination plate. I wondered, why would anybody do what these people are doing? There's no reason to do that. And I sat down far enough away where I could eavesdrop on their conversation, but close enough where I could hear it. But I didn't want to be counted as one of them. And a guy got up to speak that day. They made a movie about it called Jesus Revolution. I don't know if you saw the movie. But he made one statement. He said, Jesus said, you're for me or you're against me. And I looked at the Christians and I said, well, I'm not one of them. Does that mean that I'm against Jesus? See, I always believed Jesus was real. I always believed he existed. I'd seen all of his movies. But I didn't know that I could have a relationship with him. And it was like a light went on. This is it. This is what I've been looking for. And that can happen for you here today, even right now. So the boy decided to go home. Now kind of move the camera around. From the boy's point of view, we're back home with Dad. He's back at the ranch, missing his son, loving his son, longing for the return of his son. And he looks down the road, and here comes his boy. And Jesus said that father got up and ran to his son and threw his arms around him and said, this, my son who is dead, is alive again, and he who was lost is found. This is a picture of God. You're like the prodigal son. We wander away from God, but God misses us. God longs for a relationship with us. And when we come to him, he'll throw his arms around him. By the way, did you know that in this culture, it was considered undignified for an older man to run? Not to mention, it's harder for an older man to run. You know, I talk to people that say, I just had a good run, man. I really felt the release of the endorphins. I have never felt a single endorphin released when I've run. I can tell you that. I have felt endorphin release eating hamburger, though. But anyway, he welcomes the son home. So that's that story. We know that story probably. But here's the story we may not know. The older brother, he was ticked off. He was angry. Dad, How come you're so excited about my brother coming home again? And I've been here and I've kept all the rules and done everything. Why don't you do something like that for me? You're throwing a party for him. What about me? The father says, son, everything that I have is yours. I love you. And your brother who was lost is found again. We can be like that older brother. We can say, oh, I keep all the rules. I try to live a good life. But you know, sometimes your good life can keep you away from God. Because everybody needs Jesus. The down and outer needs Jesus. The up and outer needs Jesus. No matter how badly you've sinned, God will forgive you. But even if you've lived in the most admirable moral life, you still need God. You say, well, maybe I need a little religion. Friend, you don't need a little religion. You need a lot of Jesus. That's the answer. That's what it is. It's a relationship with God that you can have. I started by saying this man had 2 sons. I, too, am a father with 2 sons. Christopher and Jonathan are their names. And both of them, though raised in a Christian home, went astray for a time and got into a partying lifestyle and drinking and drugs and things like that. And my older brother, Christopher, came back to the Lord and recommitted his life to Christ, but his younger brother, Jonathan, was still going astray. And so one day, Jonathan talked to his brother, Christopher, and said, I know I need to get right with the Lord. And Christopher said, buddy, what's it going to take? And tragically, that next day, Christopher was killed in an automobile accident. That was 16 years ago. It was the worst moment of our lives, devastating. But Jonathan realized at that point he needed to get right with God, and he made a recommitment to Christ. Now listen to this. We asked the question, why did God allow our friend Charlie Kirk to die at such a young age? Why was this tragedy allowed? And my answer is simple. I don't know. I don't know. But I know this much. Despite this horrible tragedy that took place, God has taken it and used it to touch thousands of people around the nation and around the world. Think about it. Think about it. There's 33,000 people gathered here at AmFest. And think about Bible sales going up, church attendance going up, people saying that they've given their life to Christ since what happened to Charlie. So I'm not saying God had this happen so all these great things would happen. I'm saying despite the tragedy, God has done amazing things. And maybe this is your wake-up call today. Maybe you're saying, I need a relationship with Christ like Charlie Kirk had, and you can have it. You might be like the prodigal son that broke the rules. You might be like the prodigal son that stayed home. But the Father loved them both, and God loves you. And I wonder if there's somebody here that would like to ask Christ to come into their life. Someone here that would like to have their sin forgiven. Someone here that would like to know that they'll go to heaven when they die. If so, I'm going to pray a prayer. And I'm going to ask you to pray this prayer after me. You can pray it out loud if you want to. But this is a prayer where you are saying to God, I know I'm a sinner. I know you're the Savior. I need and I want your forgiveness today. I want a relationship with you. I want to know you like Charlie Kirk did. I want to know you like my Christian friends do. Come into my life. If you need Christ in your life, pray this with me. Let's all bow our heads. Pray this prayer right where you are. Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner, but I know that you're the Savior who died on the cross and rose again from the dead. I turn from my sin now, and I choose to follow you from this moment forward as my Savior and Lord, as my God and friend. Thank you for hearing this prayer and answering this prayer. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. God bless you if you prayed that prayer. And let me say, Let me say in closing, I'll give a free Bible. It's called the New Believer's Bible. It's a special edition of the New Testament that we put together with notes that I wrote that will encourage you in your faith. If you look on the screen, take a picture of that QR code. I'll send you one of those for yourself. It's going to be a great day. God bless you, and thank you for listening.
When you think about where we are as a country today, we can do better. We need to do better. We need patriots from all 50 states. We're going to rebuild our border. We're going to restore our economy. We're going to keep our communities safe. And we are going to make sure that America is strong enough to protect our interests and our allies around the world. And I will fight every day to make America stronger, safer, and a more prosperous country. Well, God bless Turning Point. What a morning. What a morning indeed. Smells like freedom in here, doesn't it? Are we allowed to say Merry Christmas? Let's say Merry Christmas. You know, last winter I got a phone call from President Trump. I wasn't expecting this call, but it came in. I was in my truck driving across North Carolina. And he said, hey, Michael, Ron McDaniel's going to step down as the RNC chair, and I want you to be the next chair of the Republican National Committee. We need to win this election. So before the election took place, before I was put in as the chair, I hopped on a plane and I flew to Phoenix. And I sat down with Charlie Kirk. I said, Charlie, we need to win this election. And we cannot do it without you. We cannot do it without Turning Point. So what do you need from me? How can I help you? And Charlie's response was classic Charlie. What do you need from me? And how can we help you? The fact is, President Trump would not be in the White House today if it were not for the people in this room and if it were not for the people of Turning Point. And it would not be without Charlie Kirk. You know, I had dozens, hundreds of conversations with Charlie throughout the course of the election, with folks from Turning Point all across the country. You were always there. You were always there with a smile on your face, and you were always there with a purpose. We need more Turning Point. We need more of what the people in this room are bringing to the table today. Donald Trump ran on a very simple premise. Going to make America great again. We're going to rebuild our economy. We're going to restore our borders, and we're going to make sure that America is respected again around the world. When I got my first call from Trump Tower in 2015 asking me to run North Carolina for him, I had watched him come down the stairs, the escalator, and lay that vision out and signed on. When I signed on, he was at 1% in the polls. He was 15th out of 15. But you know what? Good policy is good politics. And there is nobody better than Donald Trump when it comes to laying out a vision for America. So here we are 10 years later, 3 elections later, and Donald Trump is still working every single day to rebuild our economy, to restore our borders, and to make sure that America is respected again around the world. You know, I got another call from the president a few weeks ago. Michael Tom Tillis is not going to be running for Senate in North Carolina again. I'm sitting here with Vice President Vance. We both think you're the guy. So here's the deal. You're going to run, and you're going to win, and you're going to do great. Congratulations. So I'm running for Senate in North Carolina. And I'm running for Senate because I think North Carolina needs a conservative champion, and I think Donald Trump needs an ally in Washington. You know, I go back to all of these elections that I've ever worked on, all these elections that I've ever volunteered for. You know, I grew up, I was a kid in the middle class in a tiny little town called Blowing Rock, North Carolina. 534 people. I went to church. I played sports. I worked. And the first campaign that I ever volunteered on, I was a sophomore at Watauga High School. 1984 for Ronald Reagan. And I realized what having the right man in office means. I realized that having somebody with a vision for America, knowing that we can do better, was going to turn this country around and turn the world around, and Ronald Reagan was that guy. I was able, because of my upbringing, I paid my way through college by working, paid my way through law school, got a job up in Washington, D.C., got married to the greatest lady in North Carolina, have 3 great kids, because of what North Carolina and what America gave me was an opportunity. Right now in North Carolina, we need to keep this seat. What happens if the Senate goes Republican or Democrat? What happens if the House goes Democrat? We go right back to impeachments. We go right back to hoaxes. We go right back to investigations, and Donald Trump's agenda goes off the rails. We need to keep this agenda on the rails. We need to make sure that he has a full 4 years. So we need you. We need you. You know, one of the best lessons that I learned with President Trump, with J.D. Vance, with Charlie Kirk, with great people all across this country, is winning is not enough. It is not enough to win an election. It's what you do after you win. Me, I'm going to fight every single day for North Carolina. I'm going to fight for every family. I'm going to fight for every community. I'm going to make absolutely sure that we are creating jobs. We are raising wages. We are lowering prices. We're going to keep our kids and our communities safe. My opponent, Roy Cooper, been in office for 38 years. He is a card-carrying member of the woke mob. He fights every day for criminals. He fights for illegal aliens. He fights for men who want to play in women's sports and go in girls' locker rooms. We don't need Roy Cooper in the Senate. We need somebody who's going to stand there, shoulder to shoulder with President Trump, and be a conservative voice and a conservative champion. I'm glad I can count on Turning Point. It is a huge honor to be endorsed by Donald Trump. It is a huge honor to find out this morning that I'm going to be endorsed by Turning Point USA. And we have a fantastic Turning Point team down in North Carolina. Mackenzie, Hudson, and the rest of the guys down there, absolutely fantastic. Isaiah, really appreciate the work that you do at all of our campuses. And I'm going to need you, and I'm going to need all of your support to win this race. Because when you think about it, this is the most transformational presidential term of our lifetime. Donald Trump has secured that border. Donald Trump has made America respected again around the world, and he is working every day to get this economy that Joe Biden left in a ditch out of the ditch and on the road to recovery. But Donald Trump can't do it alone, and I can't do it alone. So I'm here to ask for your help. I need every single one of you to go to michaelwatley.com. I need you to sign up. I need you to volunteer. I need you to make phone calls. I need you to knock on doors. Because by God, when it comes down to Election Day this year, it's going to come down to a vote. North Carolina is going to be the most expensive Senate race in the history of the country. We're 30% Republican. We're 30% Democrat. We're 40% unaffiliated. We win our races narrowly. But Donald Trump has won every single one of those races, and we're going to win in 2028 because we are fighting for every community. We're fighting for every family, and we're fighting for what's right. So I really appreciate the opportunity to come out here to start off this great day. Are we excited about having the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, in the house? So I'm allowed to say Merry Christmas? Let's all say it. Merry Christmas. And God bless you, God bless Turning Point, and God bless America. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back. There we go. Mike Watley, day 4. Some of these events, I mean, they're amazing. You know what's cool about this stuff is I do so much work out in the field where I'm getting attacked all the time.
Yeah.
So to come to this, it really does. It recharges, but it also empties. You know, it's like recharging and emptying the tank at the same time. It's just exhausting, but it's awesome too. All the people, all of the viewers, all of the Rav family from around the country.
I think we're all for the next 3 days. We're not going to have voices. I
know.
can hear mine going.
I'm going home to my girls. Thank God I had my wife and our youngest with us, and that makes all the difference for me. But I'll go back. Chloe and Olivia are still at home. Shout out to Chloe and Olivia if you're watching. I love you girls, and my dad, mom and dad, Paul and Cherry. Love you guys. I'll see you guys in a bit. Anyone else you want to give shout outs to now that we're up here? It's day 4.
Yeah, I'm going to give a shout out to my mom who's been watching, my wife Alice, and my little son Alexander who's almost due. Which, by the way, Ben, I got to give you credit again last night at dinner. You and your daughter is so perfectly well behaved that I came up to you and I said, I've been down there. She hasn't made a peep. And like I said, if my son were here, he would have every glass on the floor. He would be a complete wrecking ball. I'd be chasing him around the room. Maybe that's the difference between a boy and girl, but congratulations to you on being a good parent, so I'll need some good tips for sure.
I don't have boys. I was a terrible kid. You know, the girls, I don't know if girls are just better. They just seem better.
What about you, Benny? How were you around 2 years old?
Hey,
Your
Mom.
dad's
Mom,
here.
Mom, how was I around? What age? 2 years old?
2 years old.
I don't think I was very good. I mean, I actually heard the other day that a dad, he says that he would rather have more boys than girls because to be a girl dad takes so much work. And
I beg to differ.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe my wife does all the work, but I mean,
and
for
then
me, it's just been easy.
that teenager phase
Well,
where you're a girl, the hormones
my oldest
start
is 15,
going.
so I'm just getting in there.
I'm praying
We haven't
for
started
you.
dating yet.
You know, here my dad's right here. I'm curious what he would have to say about that. Well,
Yeah,
how was I
Benny's
at
dad
2
here.
years old?
Clearly good dad, though. Raised a good daughter. So.
Well, thank you, but hey.
Yeah, I've heard that boys are harder probably initially, but maybe girls are harder later.
Yeah.
Because there's a
That's
whole
what I'm
other
afraid
set
of.
of...
But that's why we moved to Arkansas. I can have the largest arsenal that I want, and I can, I can
Raise
chase
all the babies.
I can chase the
Ben's
guys
gonna
up.
be sitting there cleaning that gun.
We're gonna head into the main stage right now. Let's take it away.
Oh, you guys don't even know. It's going to be crazy. Oh, we'll find out. You're going to find out real soon. My name's Tyler Boyer. I'm the CEO of Turning Point Action. I have with me 4 individuals who are going to be some new faces here in Congress, because I think we need a lot of new faces in Congress. Wouldn't you agree? So we're going to go down the line real quick, introduce ourselves, where you're running real quick, and then we have some questions. We'll do some Q&A. I do want to throw this out. If you're watching at home or even in here, if you go to Turning Point USA's Rumble or on the Turning Point Action Rumble, you can actually input your questions. We're going to do some direct Q&A straight from the Rumble chat. So we appreciate our great sponsor, Rumble, for doing that. So let's go ahead and start. Amanda, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. Just a quick shout out to all the students out there. And I know that there's some Turning Point prep year out there, and I see you. Just wanted to say, Amanda McKinney, I'm running for Congressional District 4 in Washington State. Yeah, we're going to have conservative principal representation in Washington State.
It's hard to find a conservative in Washington, but your district's pretty conservative.
We are very conservative. Hey, there's a sunny, insane side to Washington State, everybody. And you know, sometimes the darkest skies have the brightest stars.
All right, good morning, Turning Point. Good morning. Where's my Arizona people in the house? I'm retired Sheriff Mark Lamb. You may know me better for Fridays with Frank. That's my guy. But we did live PD. We did all that stuff. But I'll tell you what, we got a country to fix. And I'm running to fill the shoes, the big shoes that Andy Biggs left behind, pun intended, who's now running for governor of Arizona, right? Let's hear it for Andy Biggs. And I'm running to fill that position. I think Washington, D.C. needs more cowboy hats and belt buckles. What do you guys think? We need some common sense, so I'm running for CD5 here in Arizona.
I wouldn't want to get kicked by your boots in Congress, so that's great.
And I am endorsed by President Trump, Turning Point Action, and we got a handful of other endorsements, but the endorsement that matters is the endorsement of the people of CD5. So if you're here today, I'm looking forward to getting your vote.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name's Joe Mitchell. I'm from Iowa, and I'm running for United States Congress. And the first thing I have to say is Tyler Boyer is the most powerful political operative in the United States. Let me give a round of applause for Tyler.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
And the other thing I have to say is this is much larger than a No Kings rally, isn't it? It's just far larger. And the people are much more beautiful. You go to these No Kings rallies, it doesn't look like they brush their teeth in months and they're all overweight. We have much more beautiful people in our movement, don't we, Tyler? You know. So we're running for Congress in Iowa. We're going to win. We're going to keep it red. And we're going to go to Washington, D.C. to have a strong ally for President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Alfonso.
Well, I'm Michael Alfonso. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. It's amazing to be here in Arizona at Turning Point. But I'm running for Congress in Wisconsin's 7th Congressional District. Our former Congressman, Tom Tiffany, he was speaking yesterday. He's running for governor. I'm here. I'm so excited. And frankly, to all the young people in the audience, we're the generation that Charlie died for. It's time for us to step up and make a difference.
All right, let's get right at it. So I'm going to start. Washington, D.C. is the most corrupt city in America, without question. How do we root out the corruption that's in Washington, D.C.? What is your plan? We're going to rapid fire, and everyone can just kind of jump in here. But let's start. Joe, what's your plan, and what do you want to do to make sure that we start getting some things done in D.C. that we're not seeing get done right now?
Right. Well, three things. Number one, I'm not taking any corporate PAC money. So I'm not taking any money from Pfizer, no money from BlackRock, no money from JP Morgan, no corporate PAC money, only money from the people. The second thing is term limits. We got to have term limits. I don't want to be up there.
Who here supports term limits for Congress?
I don't want to be up there when I'm 50,
Who doesn't support term limits for Congress? Is that Nancy Pelosi?
And speaking of Nancy Pelosi, by the way, we got to stop this insider trading. We got to stop this insider trading. People go up there, they're worth about $2, and they come out and they're worth about $20 million. How's that happen? It's totally wrong. We have to stop it. So those three things would fix a lot of it.
Do you all support who here supports a stock trading ban for members of Congress?
And Tyler, I'll even go a step further. I don't just support that. I will never trade a stock in any capacity if I'm in office.
Let's jump over to immigration real quick. Sheriff Lamb, you're probably going to, without a doubt, be the most proficient member of Congress when it comes to knowing what's actually going on the border, obviously being a sheriff in a border state. Let's talk about the dangers that we see, and what is Congress not doing enough of right now to ensure that we actually codify what the president wants to codify to end not just illegal immigration, but bad immigration policy in the country?
Well, that's exactly the point. Did you guys know we had a border problem the last 4 years? It was really bad. For those of you that weren't familiar with it, on the ground level, it was terrible. We had people all over the world coming here. We had people from Africa, China, the Middle East. They were coming from everywhere. They weren't being vetted. It was a huge disaster. They wanted to run a bill that was not a border bill. It was a global assistance bill. They wanted to give more money to Ukraine, to Israel, to all these different places, and didn't want to actually deal with the border issue. What we needed was not new legislation. We needed a new president. We needed new leadership. And President Trump has come in and he has fixed the border. But to Tyler's point, what we need to do to fix it long term, and where Senate and Congress and hopefully the four of us play a role, is we have to codify into law these changes that the president has made through executive orders. If we don't change these, we're going to go right back to it should a Democrat, heaven forbid, ever take power again as president of the United States. So we have to stop. We have to change this. We got to codify into law. And you talk about the effect of it. The effect has been, look, we had 2 of our service members shot by an Afghan. We had police 6 months before that on a traffic stop in Fairfax, Virginia, shot. We got another guy that was making bombs. We're seeing it every day, folks. And one last thing. The biggest threat to America is not bombs. It is not guns. It is fentanyl and drugs being brought into this country. It's killing more Americans than any other army has ever done. And we have to put a stop to it. So God bless President Trump for bombing those boats.
Well, and bomb more boats. Bomb more. I'm kidding. Okay, we don't need to go. Now this is going to be the headline from today. Great. No, but we have all of our young people sitting in the front. The fentanyl crisis is one of the most dramatically underreported and not talked about issues for young people. We're seeing this just enter all of our schools, and so many young people. I mean, we've had so many parents that have come to Turning Point and said, my family's a victim where we've lost a son or daughter to fentanyl. So.
Well, and it's affecting everybody. It's affecting the youth. Everybody in here knows somebody who's had an issue. I have 5 children. One of my sons struggled with drugs, and one of my sons was on fentanyl. He was one of the people that made it off of it, only to be killed by somebody driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. So I hate drugs, and I'll do everything I can to protect you, the American people, from the cartels bringing this poison into our country.
So immigration impacts not just the southern border, but we have the northern border as well. So Michael is a border state. Yeah. Amanda, what is your viewpoint of this, and just piggybacking on what we're talking about, because this isn't, just as Sheriff Line brought up, this isn't just a southern border porous issue. What have you seen and how that's impacted the state of Washington? Obviously, we have some pretty terrible policies that have made Milwaukee and Seattle pretty awful places that have now bled over and ruined the rest of the state in many ways.
Well, Washington shares a border with Canada, and there's a whole lot of activity down on the southern border, but there is just as much reason to protect that northern border. So it's really important. But every city and town right now, no matter where you're at, is a border city because the fentanyl is on our streets. And in Washington state, because of our sanctuary policies, we have probably the highest number of illegal aliens living and coming through because they seek the services and the benefits that are provided by our state government.
Washington's one of the worst states per capita.
Absolutely.
For sanctuary cities to have illegals living in your state and in the numbers compared to citizens.
And
that are
it's
living
not
in the
just the threats on our streets, but right now we have coordinated cartel-run illegal vendors popping up that threaten public safety, public health, and they're violent towards our health officers. I mean, it's everywhere, but they're clogging up our hospitals. So you can't go to an emergency. Has anyone tried to go to an emergency room in rural America? And God bless our doctors and nurses, and they're doing their best, but they are clogged. The system is clogged. And in our communities especially, we had one hospital in a rural community where over 5,000 unique illegal aliens used our emergency room in 1 year. How are you as a citizen going to get access to the care that you need? And as a mother, I need to know that if there's an emergency that I'm able to quickly access, especially in rural America, because you're already hours away. You can't wait for hours in the emergency room to get there.
That's right.
You know, I just want to add.
Well, I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to cut you off. Michael, if you get into Congress, you will be the youngest member of Congress in America, bar none. You will dramatically bring down the average age of every member of Congress, and all 4 of you are pretty young, right? But you'll be very young.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit because Joe ran this incredible organization where Charlie and I had met him through Run Gen Z, where he had been recruiting members of the Gen Z coalition to actually run for office at the state legislative level, city council level, and for Congress. You're now doing it. How'd you get here?
Sometimes I don't even know. But really, I never had any interest in politics. I've never given a speech. I've never done a panel. This is my first one. But thank you.
Is he doing all right? Let's get Michael some backup here. It's you next. You're running next. Once we break this ceiling, we're going to have Michael get through. We're going to have a bunch of 25-year-olds running Congress that show up to Turning Point.
But I had a job in the Trump administration. I was really excited for it. He got wrapped up in the whole Senate debacle, waiting for him to get through the confirmation process. And something really important happened during then. Charlie got shot. And I told my wife, we were sitting on a plane, I'm going to do something. I don't know what it is. I don't know how I can help. I don't know. I'm just a guy. What can I do? And within a month, our sitting congressman decided he was going to run for governor. And my wife called me. She said, "Are you going to run?" I said, "No." I didn't even think about it. But I knew this was the moment that I was being called for. We have to step up. Young people, it can be very scary to come in front of an audience. It can be nerve-wracking, but you can do it. You can make a difference. And if you can't start a Turning Point chapter, just be unapologetically conservative.
Well, this is what Charlie talked about. Get involved in your community. Start a chapter. Go back to church. And the other thing that he talked about frequently was run for office. Everybody has to step up. Thomas Jefferson talked about this all the time. Get in, get out. It was never intended to have people go camp out down there for their entire lives. Most of the founders were your age.
4 of the founding fathers were under the age of 25.
Not everybody should run for office, though.
No, that's right.
Some of you should run for office.
Everyone here should run for office.
And I think it's important to talk about some of the issues that are affecting young people. The affordability crisis. The average first-time homebuyer is 40 years old. That can't happen in the United States. And I see one of the biggest issues, aside from housing facing us, the H-1B visas. Not only is illegal immigration driving down wages, but we have some legal immigration doing it.
What do you see, Joe, as one of the most pressing issues for young people under the age of 40? And what can you do immediately as, again, all 4 of you are really incredibly young voices in comparison to the rest of decrepit Congress that are, they look like zombies down there. You watch this stuff. Have you seen C-SPAN? It's awful. You watch this. These people are just walking around like they're half dead. They look like their eyes are all sunken in. They look awful. What can you do to help young people?
Right. Well, the first thing is, I met Charlie my first session in the legislature. I got elected at 21. I was in college at the time when I first ran for office. I meet Charlie September 10th, 2019. If you think about that date, 6 years ago to the date that he was assassinated. And I meet Charlie and I go to this event to get a picture with him. And he spends 2 hours with me afterwards talking about how young people can run for office, and then gave me seed money a year later to help start this group called Run Gen Z. And, fast forward to January of this year, and Charlie called me up. And Charlie was the senior advisor to the transition team for President Trump. A lot of people don't know that. Charlie was vetting the cabinet members. Charlie was vetting senior level staff for President Donald Trump. And Charlie calls me up and says...
Full time. He was doing that full time.
Full time.
For the president.
And he asked me to come help with it. And then I get hired as the chief of staff to the Federal Housing Finance Agency. And my first task as the chief of staff was to fire the CEO of Freddie Mac, the chairman of Freddie Mac, and the chairman of Fannie Mae.
That's a pretty big deal.
Well, and the thing is because Biden put all these deep state hacks in to run these things. And the next person that needs to be fired, by the way, is Jerome Powell. What do we think about that? Because the affordability crisis or the cost of living crisis, it's an issue. Michael just said it, 40 years old, first-time home buyer. That's horrific. It used to be 27, 28 years old for so many years. And Biden drove that price up. Biden drove that age up. And so we have to stop that. President Trump is doing everything he can right now, but he needs fighters in Congress like us to help codify it on the congressional level.
So you were the guy that was bringing down the hammer. We need you to go in and fire a whole lot more people in government.
There's a few million more federal employees that could be fired, by the way. That's what I think.
A lot more. Elon would agree with you. All right, we're going to go to the Rumble chat. We have a question. What motivated you most to run? Let's start with Amanda.
Yeah, that one's really easy. It actually it happened when there was really a betrayal to President Trump. My congressman voted for impeachment, and I knew that I needed to find a way to retire him.
Wait. You're running in the district that is Dan Newhouse. That he's one of the only guys left that voted to impeach President Trump. So
Yes.
you decided to run against him.
No, what I decided to do was create a strategy to retire him. It took a couple years, but I'm on this stage now because when you know where God calls you to go, everything, and meeting Charlie, I will say, I was so angry about that impeachment vote, and not too shortly, I met Charlie 3 years ago, and it's been said a lot on this stage, but he handpicks people, and I did not understand why he was so interested in me, and when we would exchange messages and I would send him a compliment, every time he would immediately respond with, "Thank you." And that was something that was important to me because I like responsiveness. I think that that's one thing. And you asked, how are we going to change Washington, D.C.? Don't move there. Go home all the time. From Washington State, it is a long haul to get from Washington to Washington. And I will burn the candle at both ends to make sure that I get home to my family, my children, and my husband, who I love. But it was all because of meeting Charlie and understanding and finding a pathway to retire our sitting congressman.
It is unbelievable to me that there are still members of Congress, still in Congress, who voted for the sham impeachment stuff. Like, that's insane. Thank you for running and doing that. That's great. Sheriff Lamb, what motivated you to run?
I'm running because of patriotism. I love America, and I know you guys too. And I'm sick and tired of seeing politicians go back and tell us one thing and do another when they get back to Washington, D.C. Our founding fathers, when they penned the Declaration of Independence, they said we were to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I am an unapologetic, authentic defender of God, family, freedom, the Constitution, and the rule of law. We need that now more than ever in Washington, D.C. And to quote Al Capone, not to go to the gangster, but Al Capone says you get a lot more with a kind word and a gun than you can with a kind word alone. So I think we need a sheriff back there, and I need all of you to tell Washington. I need you to tell Washington, tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me.
Man, I'm pumped up with that. We need a lot more. Everybody needs boots and a gun. All right, next.
Right. Well, we got to preserve the American dream. But here's the thing, Tyler. You and Charlie inspired me to run for office. And I talked to Charlie in August at the investor retreat. He said we had to have a new generation of leaders in Washington. You and Charlie, the last people to see my press release before I announced it on September 8th. And 2 days later, Charlie's killed. And that brings a new meaning to this race. This race is dedicated to Charlie. We have to stand up for truth. We have to stand up for boldness. We have to stand up for this country and for God. And that's why I'm running. Thank you, everybody. God bless you.
All right, Michael.
There are two things. The first one was Charlie's death. I knew that we owed it to him to carry on his message. But the second one, my wife is pregnant. Gen Z is the first generation that's done worse off than our parents. And I will not let that little child grow up in America that is worse than the one we have now. President Trump made America great. Biden messed it all up again, and we're going to bring back the American dream.
All right, so this is the admonition to everybody else here. We've got four incredible, why don't you give it up for these four incredible new entrants to Congress. Give it up.
And Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And we're back here live at AmFest Day 4 in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Bo Davidson alongside Benny Ray Harmony and Ben Berkwall. That was a great panel that we saw. I actually interviewed one of those young gentlemen yesterday. I just think it's very hopeful and inspiring as we look in the next, we look to midterms, of course, we look past that. But one thing Charlie was so great at, Ben, is setting up the next generation and even the generation after that. And I think what we're seeing is really, and I think, honestly, if I could predict, seeing Vice President J.D. Vance speak later today is ushering in that next generation.
Yeah, so that's the question. I mean, it's a sad question. It's the question I asked the day before Charlie was assassinated. Who's the bench for the next White House? And his name came up, and I was talking to cameraman David Thompson, and it was like, yeah, it's going to be Charlie someday. But yeah, you look at Vance, I look at Hegseth, I think about, Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, I mean, but and he's good now, but, I don't know.
I think Vance has something really special. And
there's no doubt.
The Hillbilly Elegy, all about his story. He is the literal definition of the American dream.
He is.
And I think he is able to connect with voters and connect with Americans in a way that politicians can't.
If you haven't seen Hillbilly Elegy, of course he wrote the book first, but the movie really is exquisite. I think that
the audiobook of him reading it is very good too.
Glenn Close was exceptional in it, but it just tells his amazing story.
You're watching Americafest.
I think what JD does personally is he connects with the common man. So I think that's just what he does, and I think that's why he's partially the next generation. We want to take you now to Steve Bannon's speech that he gave 2 days ago on Friday, which was a fiery speech.
Dropping bombs.
Yeah, he threw some big bombs. Let's take a look at that speech from Friday right now.
Thank you. We are at war. You know how we know this? You just heard Hawkins up here a few minutes ago, right? What did she say at the very moment Charlie Kirk was assassinated, at the University of Montana? They laughed in her face, right? Laughed in her face, and some guy goes, "Oh, we're at war." Charlie Kirk knew we were at war. Every time I've spoken at any event of Turning Point, I always start with that, because Charlie Kirk knew one thing. He knew we were at war, and he knew we were going to be victorious if we didn't quit. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's go back. Do you understand, for the last 10 years, there have been 8 national elections, either primaries, off-year elections where Congress is voted on for the whole nation, or presidential elections. We have won 7 of those 8. This is why they hated Charlie Kirk. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's philosophy or even his debates. Charlie Kirk was a tough person that built a machine that you guys are dedicated to that delivered victories. Let's be specific. Go back to 2015. President Trump, 15-16, wins the primary against all odds. Then in 16, he wins a come from behind, once in a lifetime victory against Hillary Clinton. We lost the 18 midterms because people were leaning on their rakes. And we lost, 35 or 40 House seats. And Nancy Pelosi told us exactly what she was going to do. She impeached Trump and almost brought it all down. President Trump came back, won the primary, right, very easily. Nobody really ran against him. I don't think anybody ran against him. 2020, we won the 2020 election. Is there any dispute on that? If you don't believe that, you don't believe a foundational element of the MAGA movement. We won 2020. And to show you how we won it, we picked up 14 House seats that night. 14 House seats. Then President Trump went into the wilderness. This is when Charlie Kirk really, I think, stepped up the most. President Trump was sent to Mar-a-Lago. They never thought he was coming back. The Republican Party never thought he was coming back. And what happened? President Trump grinded it out. In fact, he told us on this stage last year, right here, the first time he told anybody. When Charlie had him come out here and speak, what'd he say? He said, "I had to run again because I could not let them steal an election because they're stealing the country." and we see what Biden did, then we win the midterms in 22. We picked up, 11 seats, 8 net, and took the House of Representatives. There were supposed to be more, but we got control of the House. And then, in really the greatest come from behind ever, President Trump, turning point, put him on their shoulders. We won the greatest election in the history of the country. In 10 years, a decade, you've been beaten once when we leaned on our shovels. Charlie Kirk understood one thing. We are at war. It's a political war. It's a cold civil war. We don't want it to turn hot. We don't need it to turn hot if we accomplish what we're supposed to accomplish. And we have won 7 of 8 national elections. The American people are with us as long as we get things done, as long as we accomplish the punch list that Rob Snyder talked about when he walked down this stage. That's what's incumbent upon us, and that's what the Republican establishment to date, because you can already see what they're doing in trying to block President Trump. You see this in Indianapolis. You see this in the redistricting. The Republican establishment think that President Trump's just a passing storm and that he's just going to fade away. And what they're going to try to do is co-opt Turning Point, because Charlie has built it into a massive political operation that cannot be beat. And the left knows that. It's one of the reasons, yes, I realize we haven't gone to trial yet. We don't know all the information. It looks like, at least the information we have out, it may be this guy, maybe not an organization in back of it. We don't know that yet because the evidence hasn't been put out. But Charlie Kirk is dead. Think about that. The individual that's probably, I think, at his age, the greatest individual this country's produced politically, culturally, since the revolution. Remember, all of the revolution with 30. Charlie Kirk's, he's 31 years old. He's been doing this since he was 17 or 18. But Charlie Kirk was a man of action. And I want to make sure that we get something straight tonight. We have a partners discussion. And I want to say up front, if I hurt some feelings here, you can come and talk to me afterwards. This whole thing that's gone on the last couple of days, some of the comments tonight, this is not about, this specific incident is not about freedom of speech or platforming or deplatforming. They're all talking about that, and that's, people are saying hurtful things to each other. Tucker said the quiet part out loud. This is a proxy on 28. Now, I think it's way too early to be thinking about 28. But he's right about one thing. This is a proxy on an issue that's not freedom of speech and not are you going to get platformed or deplatformed. This is about a situation that Charlie Kirk was probably one of the most, if not the most important person in doing and accomplishing. And that is this concept of what I would call greater Israel and Israel first. You can't get a better defender of Israel than Charlie Kirk. You can't get a better defender of Israel than Steve Bannon. At Breitbart, adamant, couldn't have a two-state solution. In the White House, I'm the one that pushed initially hard to move the embassy to Jerusalem. At War Room, ask all the War Room people that are here. Ask all the posse. We always talk about it, and we're one state, not a two-state. But that's about Israel. It's not about greater Israel, and it's not about Israel first. Charlie Kirk had some foundational beliefs. Those foundational beliefs are, number one, he's a populist nationalist. America makes its own decisions for America. And as a populist, the American people are the people that make those decisions. Now, Benji Shapiro sat up here last night, and he was all, it's all about the truth. Ben, I've known you a long time, brother. You can't handle the truth. Let's face it, Ben Shapiro is the farthest thing from MAGA. Let's be blunt. He is a hardcore never-Trumper. He's a hardcore never-Trumper. In the spring of 16, he tried to upend Breitbart. He walked off the job, made a big deal about some incident in Mar-a-Lago with Corey Lewandowski. He tried to turn it to Ted Cruz from Donald Trump because he hated Donald Trump. In the general election, he barely supported Donald Trump. The first sign of when President Trump gets sent back to Mar-a-Lago, the very first individual that jumped on the Ron DeSantis train, the Israel First train, was Ben Shapiro. And those are the darkest days we had. In 21 and 22, you guys were there. He's consistently been against Trump, and now that President Trump doesn't back the Greater Israel Project. What is Greater Israel? It's not about Israel itself. It's about an expansionist Israel, an imperial Israel that Netanyahu and that crowd have thought up. And the Israel First crowd is Ben Shapiro, Tel Aviv Mark Levin, and many others that want to put that ahead of America's interests. Charlie Kirk fought that. You know where Charlie Kirk fought it? In the White House. I know, because I was there. When I went back, Charlie Kirk was working with Sergio Gore, certain people around the vice president, to make sure that we didn't get sucked into a land war, a decapitation of the Iranian elites that would lead to a massive civil war that American troops would get sucked into, because that was Netanyahu's plan from the beginning. And we know that. The Times of Israel has published that there was no urgency to go after the nuclear weapons. We know the fact they couldn't finish what they started. We know for a fact that they needed American Aegis, THAAD missiles, Patriots to defend themselves. On day 10 of the war, they were losing, and they didn't have the offensive capability. And I don't mean the B-2s coming in and taking out the caves. They relied upon our 1970s technology of cruise missiles fired from submarines in the North Arabian Sea to take out the above ground. We had to bring that war to conclusion, and President Trump in his brilliance said, we'll do that, and we'll call it the 12-day war, and it's over. Now, for the Israel First crowd, they are the ones that are destroying Israel. Today in Miami, who's negotiating with Witkoff? It's the Turks, it's Qatar, and it's the Egyptians. Because Qatar is going to underwrite Gaza, and 2 million Palestinians are going to stay there. And the Turks are providing on Egyptian soil called Gaza, or on Israel soil called Gaza, is going to provide the military control mechanism over UAE troops, Saudi troops, and Egyptian troops. That's a two-state solution that has been provided because of the efforts of the Israel First crowd. And Charlie Kirk had one simple thing that he thought about. Who controls America and who makes decisions for the United States of America? And Charlie Kirk worked overtime because behind the scenes he was a player, not just helping Sergio get all types of great people in there and vet those people, but actually talking about policy. And part of that policy was no more foreign wars. Charlie absolutely believed what I believe. The Middle East is a sideshow, and Israel's a sideshow to a sideshow. Now, voices out there that support Israel, like Laura Loomer and Rabbi Walecki and others, are coming forward and say, look, maybe Bannon and these guys are right. We don't want to take any more American money. We don't have any more American control. We want to go out and do what we want to do when we, the Israelis, feel they have to do it. I support that 100%. Israel needs its sovereignty. Israel needs to be independent. If Israel wants to take on Syria, go for it. If Israel wants to go into Lebanon, go for it. But not drag the United States of America into another endless war. Ask Megyn Kelly when she comes up here. Look, Breitbart, Shapiro called Breitbart Trump Pravda. When he left, he called it Trump Pravda. And he was kind of right. We had to be. There was no other news site that was supporting President Trump. When poor Megyn Kelly came out in that first debate and made what looks like now some innocuous questions, right, about Trump's Facebook page or his Twitter feed, about Rosie O'Donnell and others, have Jack Posobiec ask her how it turned out. We unleashed the dogs. We were maniacs. Why? President Trump had no backing at Fox, had no backing at the National Review, and at 16, that would have driven him out of the race. So we had to be there. But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. It's a cancer, and it metastasizes.
All right, guys, if you want to see the end of that speech, Steve Bannon, barn burner there from Friday night. All the days have mixed together, but we got another barn burner, one of my favorites, live right now, the very own Border Czar, Tom Homan, up on stage. God bless ICE, God bless Border Patrol. Here's Tom.
All right. Phoenix, Arizona, how the hell you doing? Hey, look, let me start out by this. My boss is the greatest president in the history of this nation, Donald Trump. I love that guy. Look, let's talk about the most successful president in the history of this nation when it comes to border security, immigration enforcement. He promised the American people he would secure the border. And right now, today, as I'm standing here, we have the most secure border in the history of this country. I just returned. I was on the California border. I was on the Arizona border. I was on the Texas border just a few days ago. I spent 3 days on the surveillance at the northern border by plane, by boat, by four-wheel drive. 3 days on the border, I didn't see one illegal alien. None. I started in the Border Patrol in 1984. I've been around a long time. I'm an old guy. But I've never seen that. So it amazed me, even though I knew what the success level was. I just sat back with the CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott. I said, can you believe this shit? Not one illegal alien. Not one. Most secure border in the history of the nation. President Trump made 3 promises to the American people when it comes to immigration. He would secure the border, he'd have a historic deportation operation, and he'd find kids that were smuggled into the country under Joe Biden, and they forgot about, they lost track of. So we got the most secure border in the history of the nation. There's a 95% decrease in illegal immigration. What does that mean? It means less women are being sexually assaulted making that journey. Less children are dying. Less fentanyl is getting into the country, killing Americans. Less known suspected terrorists are coming to the country. You know who's pissed off? The criminal cartels of Mexico, because they're going broke. President Trump is saving thousands of lives every month. With 95% less people coming, how many women ain't being raped? How many children aren't dying? How many pounds of fentanyl? It's a simple question. They want to say the Trump administration is inhumane. No, let me tell you what's inhumane. Inhumane is 250,000 people dying of fentanyl came across an open border. Inhumane is over 4,000 aliens dying making that journey. Inhumane is a record number, historic number of sex trafficking across that southern border. That's inhumane. President Trump is saving thousands of lives every month. Sex trafficking is way down. Smuggling is non-existent. American lives are being saved every day. Now let's talk about promise number 2 that he kept. The biggest deportation operation in the history of this nation. In less than a year since President Trump's been in the Oval Office, we're in the year about 650,000 deportation, which blows any record out of the water. So he's already beat every record there when it comes to deportation. But we got nearly 2 million that left on their own because they knew ICE was out there looking for them. They decided to leave on their own. So record number of removals. Well, get this. While Pam Bondi is suing the Department of the sanctuary cities, once we beat the sanctuary cities, once we bring all 10,000 new agents on the ground, you ain't seen nothing yet. For those politicians, mayors, governors, members of Congress who compare ICE to the Nazis and to the Gestapo, you're disgusting. Threats against ICE officers up like 8,000%. Actual assaults are up like 1,400%. I want to remind everybody, the men and women of ICE, the men and women of Border Patrol, they're American patriots. They don't hang their heart on the hook when they go to work. They're enforcing laws. Members of Congress, you don't like it, change the law. If they're a racist for enforcing the law, what's that make you? You wrote the law. So stop the crap, support the men and women of ICE, because if you don't, if the hateful rhetoric continues, there's going to be more bloodshed. I can't wait till next year. It's going to be incredible. 2 promises made, 2 promises kept. He promised a massive deportation operation. You got it, and we're continuing. Third promise. 500,000 children were smuggled into the country across that open border under Joe Biden. 500,000. They released them to unvetted sponsors. They lost track of about 300,000 kids. They didn't know where they were. They weren't looking for them. They didn't care. President Trump made a promise, we're going to do everything we can to find these kids. Thanks to the work of the FBI, DHS, and Homeland HHS, I'm proud to say we've already located 129,000 of these missing kids. 129,000 children that the last administration wasn't even looking for. Look, I'll be clear. Some of these children were safe with family, just hiding out. But many of these children were in sex trafficking, being sold to the sex trade. Many were in forced labor. God bless President Trump. He saved thousands of children. President Trump promised, and I'm going to keep that promise, we're going to run down every single lead of every single child, and when we're done with all those leads, we're going to do it again. And we're going to do it again, and we're going to do it again. But here's the honest truth. Out of those 3 promises, I knew the children would be the hardest because it's hard to find them. We can find you. You got credit cards, you own a home, you got a car, you pay utility bills. You have a digital footprint. Children don't have that digital footprint. So we had to count on the digital footprint of the sponsors. Many of the sponsors weren't fingerprinted. Many of the address wasn't even verified. So when agents from the FBI and ICE go out there looking for them, many times these addresses are parking lots, supermarkets. But because of their dedication, because of their love for this president, because of their sacrifices they've made to save these children, because they know a lot of them are living a life of hell every day, at least 14 of these kids already died. Despite all these obstacles, despite the Democratic politicians, despite the hate, for them to find 129,000 already is remarkable. I started as a Border Patrol agent in 1984. I've come out of retirement twice for this president. Thank you for doing that because my wife's still pissed off. I came back because I saw the traps. I woke up every day the last 4 years pissed off because I knew how many children died last night, how many women got sexually assaulted, how many Americans died last night from fentanyl. I knew when President Trump got back in the Oval Office, he would secure the border and by doing so save American lives. And not only that, save alien lives. And not only that, you got to remember, a strong border means strong national security. We have to know who's coming in, who's going out, all that thing. Well, let me end with this. My time is up. But let me end with this. To the men and women of ICE, to the men and women of the United States Border Patrol, I love each and every one of you. I will have your six until the day I die.
The opportunity is in front of us all to unleash the great next era of our country. The things that we are fighting for, the ideals that we stand for, are for the future of this great nation. America will take its place again as the shining city on the hill, as the leader of the world, as the #1 nation, as the great experiment. America is going to be in the golden age, and it will do tremendous things for the people that live here. Turning Point, it is good to be back with you again. You know, I got in last night, I was watching some of the clips. They told me you guys were rowdy out here in Phoenix, Arizona. And as I step out, I see it for myself. Today, in 2025, as we turn the calendar into 2026, the heartbeat of the conservative movement is here at Turning Point USA. It's interesting to be back. I never thought I would be back under these circumstances. Our movement has really been defined by two fighters. You ever see those memes, choose your fighter? Everybody's seen those, right? Our movement has been defined by two fighters. The first is the 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump. He is a FAFO fighter. That's him. That's who he is. And God bless him, that's what our movement needs. But the other fighter that has defined our movement is Charlie Kirk. I remember after his assassination, like everybody else, I'm trying to figure out how to get my mind in order, how to get my emotions in order. And what came to my mind and what came to my spirit was the verse that defined the other fighter of our movement, Charlie Kirk. And that's found in 2 Timothy 1:7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear and timidity, but of power, love, and self-discipline. You see, Charlie was a fighter who wore the armor of God. He was a fighter that tried to embrace those even when they disagreed with him, even when they vehemently disagreed with him, when they disrespected him. He still tried to find some scintilla of a common ground to reach those hearts, to reach those minds. In part, that is what has built Turning Point USA. Because the young people in this room, from whatever high school you come from, whatever college you attend, the conservative movement was not speaking to you until Charlie Kirk came along. You see, I find we're in this moment in time where now everybody's trying to figure out, well, who's really conservative? Well, who's really a fighter? Who's really going to stand on principle? Who's going to lead the movement into the future? And I think the real answer is found in, what do we believe? What do we stand for? Do we stand for Western civilization? Do we stand for Judeo-Christian values? Do we stand for free market capitalism, protecting life, strong borders, legal immigration based around assimilation and Americans, not foreign nations? A limited federal government that is controlled by the confines of the United States Constitution, the nuclear family, protecting puberty. Boys are meant to be men. Girls are meant to be women. And together, when they find each other, they create a family, and that family unit is the very nucleus of a society that respects individuals, that allows you to amass goods, that protects your freedom of speech, that lets you worship your God. In the very essence, the nuclear family, man and women together raising kids, is what continues the great experiment that is the United States of America. But I find in this moment we're trying to figure out, well, who's going to be the next? That's the wrong question. What comes next is, what are we going to stand on? What are we going to believe in? And here's the broader question. How are we going to define the boundaries of the movement? You see, I'm very clear on this. I don't have a spirit of fear and timidity. I don't. I believe in standing firm on what you believe in. You go to any quarter to debate it. If someone disagrees with you, fine, so what? But if you're going to be in this movement long term, you got to have a spirit of power. You got to be willing to go to places they don't want to hear from you. You got to be willing to stand for the ideals that make America great. You know, like law and order, like standing behind our police. But with that spirit of power comes a spirit of love. I know on social media, the cool thing now is to, what is it? I'm 47, so I'm a little older now. What is it, ratioing? That's the thing? I ratioed you. That's the new metric of having a spirit of power? No, it's the metric of being an asshole. That's what it is. What? As a movement, we are now going to cut each other down so somebody looks taller than the next person? Ladies and gentlemen, Turning Point USA, that is how we lose. That is not how we win. And I believe that we have to have a spirit of yes power, but also a spirit of love, because there are young people in the United States who will never go to a Turning Point event. But you have to find them where they are and try to figure out how to communicate them without degrading them. That is the future of convincing hearts and minds to choose the conservative path, to choose Western civilization in America. The last piece is having a spirit of self-control. If you really think that coping and seething is the path to victory, you're fooling yourselves. I've been in the conservative movement for 15 years. Here's what I know. The path to victory is a movement united based around core principles that knocks doors, that goes speaks to voters, that registers them to vote, and gets them out to the polls. That's victory. Victory is finding leaders who stand by these principles. And do you agree with them every single time? No. but you agree with them far more than we will ever agree with the radical democratic left. Because democratic socialism is the thing that will destroy America. Radical Sharia is the thing that will destroy America. Stealing puberty from young people is the thing that will destroy America. And so what I choose to do now is I choose to build a movement and be a part of a movement that stands on principle, that stands on strength, that loves the people in the movement, even sometimes when they piss you off, but has a spirit of self-discipline. Because what I know is you can't form a winning unit if you can't stay focused on the mission at hand. Two years ago, turning point, the conservative movement, we were all united because we were witnessing in real time democratic socialism crossing the entire United States of America. And as a movement, we stood firm, we stood tough, and we said hell no, and Donald Trump is now president of the United States. But look, the job's not done. There are elections next year, and you know what? We have to go back into the well. We got to find that reservoir. We got to know what we stand for and what we believe in, and whether it's here in Arizona with Andy Biggs, if it's Wisconsin with Tom Tiffany, members of Congress up and down the list, state legislators, state senators, city councilmen, we have to continue to replenish our ranks, and we only do that when we work together. For you young people in the future, let me give you some notes from your future. It's easy to tear somebody down. It's much harder to build somebody up. And the only way that you build a consistent movement is by building each other up around principles and ideas. That's the only way. And I'm here to communicate to you one last thing. If we stand together, if we work together, if we fight together, based upon the Constitution, based upon our Declaration, based upon the principles of liberty, economic, religious, individual, there will be no stopping our conservative movement. Be the fighter that we need. Be the fighter that's going to make America last for another 250 years. This is what's in front of us, Turning Point. I'm going to stand with you every step of the way. Will you stand with me? Will you fight with me? God bless you, Turning Point. Merry Christmas, everybody. And God bless America.
We're live here in Phoenix at AmFest 2025. You just saw the great Congressman Byron Donalds speak. I believe he's going to be stopping by here in just a moment, so you won't want to miss that because we will have a one-on-one chat with him. Benny, it's been an amazing lineup so far. We've got more great guests to come. Donald Trump Jr. is going to be coming out, Erica Kirk, Vice President J.D. Vance, and special guests. We don't know who special guest is yet.
Should we make some bets? Should we make some bets, folks?
I'm not a gambler.
I have no idea.
I'm saying yay. I'm saying Kanye. That's what I think. I think who we're that's Nicki Minaj.
And I think it's I'm going to say I think it's Nicki Minaj. I think it's Nicki Minaj. That's we're just going to make that prediction now. Let's go back to the stage right now with Congressman Andy Biggs.
America is back, and we are on our way to once again being the shining city on the hill. We are the beacon of freedom and hope, and you are the generation called for this time. You are the generation now. This is our moment.
Please welcome Congressman Andy Biggs.
Hello. Hello. Welcome, AmFest. Welcome to Phoenix. Welcome to the home of Turning Point USA. Welcome to this great, beautiful state. We're glad to have you here. I'm so excited to be with you this morning. I want to tell you, this is also the home of our great friend Charlie Kirk and his beautiful wife Erica. God bless Erica and her beautiful children. And during this Christmas season and at this AmFest, I can't help but think of my friend, your friend, Charlie, who built this amazing organization. Look at you. Look how strong you are. Look how strong you are. Look at the legacy. Look at the movement. Look at the energy. This is the future of American politics right here. Charlie saw the moment. He saw it in America, that moment in America, and he seized it. And he became the prime mover of a movement that has changed the world. And I'm just going to give you a little aside. I've introduced a resolution in Congress with my friend Ana Paulina Luna to put a statue of Charlie Kirk in the United States House of Representatives. I tell you what we want. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is going to be here a little later this morning. And when Mike gets up here, I want you to let him know how much you want to see that statue in the House of Representatives. He needs to hear your voice. And so I was thinking about Charlie, and I was thinking of some things that he said that I think were really powerful. I want to share some of them with you. God made us in his image. We are image bearers of the divine. Therefore, every single life, born and unborn, must be protected regardless of how big that life is. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk said, I want a country that cares more about our border than a foreign country's border. I want a country that makes stuff that is critical to our national sovereignty. I want to see church attendance go up. I want to see fewer kids addicted to pornography. And I want to see more people outside walking, running, working. He said we should have a day of rest or honor the Sabbath. And he said, we need people on the front lines fighting for freedom. Fight for what is true. That's why you're here, and that's why I'm here. We're fighting for freedom, and we're fighting for what is true. That is what will change the world, and that is what will preserve this nation and bring freedom and goodness throughout the world. Thank you, Charlie Kirk. And I believe that without TP USA, TP Action, Charlie, and his amazing team, we would likely have seen a real darkness fall over this country. We would have likely seen a second term of the disastrous, cataclysmic Joe Biden regime. But Charlie, Tyler Boyer, and the TP team turned Arizona from a Team Biden problem to the largest Trump margin of victory of all battleground states. 160,000 vote victory over, okay, I'm trying to be charitable because it is Sunday, Kamala Harris. I won't say all I'm thinking about Kamala, but 160,000 vote victory, 5 percentage points, the biggest margin of all battleground states. But you know, we still have work to do in Arizona. Our current governor wants to Californicate our beautiful state.
That's why I'm running for governor. And I am pleased to say that I'm the only person running for governor in Arizona who's been endorsed by President Trump, Charlie and Erica Kirk, and the great TPUSA team. I thank you, Erica. It's time to restore the American dream in Arizona by ushering in Arizona's golden age. And I just want to reiterate what the great Erica Kirk said the other day: go bigs or go home. In this Christmas season, though, I think we need to do one other thing to kind of celebrate the Christmas season. It's a little bit irreverent. I hope you'll forgive me. But I've kind of been putting together a list. I'm not including everything, but it's a short list of the politically naughty and nice. So let's think about who's been nice and who's been naughty. Joe Biden. Joe Biden gave us Alejandro Mayorkas, who opened the border, allowing more than 20 million illegal aliens into America, including hardened criminals and anti-American terrorists. The Dems gave us an open border supporter and Jerry Nadler, for Pete's sakes. AOC, Chicago Mayor Johnson, Sanctuary State, California. Now that's naughty. That's naughty. President Donald J. Trump gave us my good friend whom you just heard from, Tom Homan. Tom closed the border. Tom enforced the law. Republicans back our great CBP and ICE agents who are taking the border back and deporting dangerous illegal aliens. That's nice. That's nice. In fact, that should be on the back of ICE's coat. Nice. Democrats gave us violent protests against ICE operations. They gave us crazed congressmen like McIver. Remember her? Leading a protest into a federal detention facility. She assaults an ICE officer. Shame on her. She's naughty. President Trump gave us Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and policies that have reduced Biden's outrageously high inflation. That's nice. That's nice. Democrats responded by giving us Mamdani, the communist Islamist mayor for New York. Democrats gave us Jasmine Crockett. How naughty is that? That's muy malo. Democrats gave us DEI policies. Is that naughty? They also gave us men in women's sports. That's particularly naughty. That's really bad. They gave us trans grooming of children. That's naughty stuff right there. There's not enough coal in the world for them. President Trump's leading the MAHA movement with our good friend Robert Kennedy Jr. and TPUSA. That's nice. That's nice, all right. But you know what Democrats did? They insist that food stamps can be used for soda pops, junk food. That's naughty. That's naughty. You remember during the COVID fiasco, Democrats gave us who? Anthony Fauci. They shut America down. Anthony Fauci lied about everything from ineffective face masks to artificial 6-foot circles of safety. He shut down churches, schools, businesses. That's really naughty. That's really bad. That's criminal. President Trump instead has given us one of the great outspoken truth tellers of that era, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, to clean up this horrible, horrible Fauci mess. And that's really nice. Democrats and Joe Biden's bureaucrats attacked American business with onerous, nonsensical interpretations of laws and rules. They've tried to scuttle our economy. That's how bad these guys are. But President Trump gave us Lee Zeldin, EPA director, who's streamlining outdated and politically biased rules, and Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, who's fast-tracking new sources of energy. So nice. So nice. Joe Biden gave us Merrick Garland and FBI Director Christopher Wray, who proceeded to weaponize every asset in the federal police arsenal against conservatives, against J6ers, against Catholics, against school board attendees, against President Trump and any of his followers. They surveilled, they watched over all kinds of organizations, including this one. They took members of Congress' phones. They weaponized everything. That's not just naughty, friends. That's criminal. That's criminal. President Trump's team has been trying to clean out the riffraff and the mess that was left behind. They're trying to prevent everybody who tried to prevent investigation. Everybody's trying to prevent prosecution of these people. They're trying to clean them out. And that's nice, because I'm hoping for accountability for the bad guys. That would be very, very nice. Just one. One would deter everybody else. I'd go on, but I'd have to emphasize things that have improved that so much under President Trump, and that's really nice. But here we are celebrating the life of our friend Charlie Kirk, and the greatest nation in history, America, the United States of America. Are you a proud American? I love this country. Republicans, I call upon us, we have to win the midterms. We have to win the midterms. Why is that? The Democrat members of the House have already drafted their articles of impeachment against Donald Trump. They already have their investigations they want to do. They want to kill the progress we're making. They can scuttle everything in our movement. They can't help themselves. They're among the naughtiest people on the planet, whereas you are, hands down, the nicest people. And I know that you know, as I do, that victory is imminent if we work our tails off, as if everything depends upon you and me. But we put all of our reliance and trust in God after we've worked our fingers to the bone. We've got to stand tall. Now's the time not to get weary or weak or tired. Although we'll say this. Go ahead and take a couple hours off over Christmas. Get yourself feeling a little bit rejuvenated, just a little bit. Because the other side never stops. They relentlessly pursue their evil destination. But they have to face something. Democrats are more unpopular than ever. They want power, but we're going to meet that challenge. We will work tirelessly and smartly and effectively, just like TPUSA did in the last election cycle. We're going to do it again this cycle, and we're going to keep Republicans in control of the House, the Senate, and the federal government. And when we do that, this will actually accelerate our progress. Our side is on the good side. Our side is the one wearing white hats. Now you're in Arizona, you're in the cowboy country. A white hat is what the good guys wear, just so you know that. Ours is the side of freedom, the side of the American dream. So get your rest, get together. We're going to trust in God. And in this season, we celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, our Redeemer. I wish all of you a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and may God's fondest blessings rest on the eternal progression of this United States of America. God bless you all. Let's do this. Let's do it together. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Charlie always appreciated TikTok because of our shared values of connecting and building community. The belief that when we come together respectfully and learn from each other, we're all stronger. TikTok.
Well, welcome back to AmFest 2025 live in Phoenix, Arizona. We just heard Congressman Andy Biggs, but we also have a very special guest joining us now live on stage, and that's Congressman Byron Donalds. He's a great friend of Rav's. We love him. He's also going to be the next governor of Florida, I believe. Yes. Congressman, I watched your speech, and I just love how frank you always speak to people. One thing you said that I'd love for you to touch on is you said it's easy to cut someone down, but it's hard to build them back up. We need to have a spirit of love and unity, especially for those young people out there who don't come to Turning Point USA. Speak to that.
It's real simple. Do you want to win or you want to act like you're right? See, I choose victory. If you're victorious, you get to continue those debates on some of the slight disagreements that are within the conservative movement. Because let's be honest, there are slight disagreements. That's part of the business. That's really part of politics. It's never changed. But if all we do is try to find ways to cut down the other person to get ahead, our movement won't be successful. I've been in this 15 years, like I said on stage, Tea Party movement, State House, U.S. House. I'm not interested in owning somebody just for the sake of owning them. Because even when we were spending a lot of time owning the libs, that was great for a time. But what really matters is winning. What really matters is institutionalizing an agenda, not just getting, 100 likes or 500 likes or 1,000 likes or 10,000 likes on social media. What does that actually do at the end of the day? It might make you feel good. There is no substitute for victory. That's what I believe in.
Amen to that.
Yeah, one of the things you said up there, and we're just talking about this, we won. President Trump's in there. We've got the House. We've got the Senate. President Trump's passing a lot of executive orders, but my big concern is 2026. We got the Democrats coming, and we were talking about the filibuster. Tell me about the significance, the importance of ending that now to codify these things into law before the Democrats someday get power back.
Well, look, Tom Homan was on stage before I was. Everything that the president has done has secured this nation, which is what the American people want. That's what they voted for, and that's been accomplished, okay? But the way you put it in law is you got to get it through the U.S. Senate. Name me a Democrat senator that's going to vote for Donald Trump's border procedures. They all oppose them. And I know the last time that there was Manchin and Sinema didn't want to blow up the filibuster. Well, guess what? They're gone. Sinema was replaced by a radical. So now the situation is, how do you institutionalize your agenda? You do that, you get rid of the filibuster, you pass all of the executive orders, you pass the other pieces of policy that are necessary, and Congress actually provides real solutions that Americans now get to choose. If we actually get our work done, and we've gotten some of it done, I'm not saying none of it's been done, but if you get all of your work done, then now you have something to run on, and now you have something for the American people to choose. Because now they get to decide, do I want these set of policies which has made America better, or do I want to go back to the old set of policies that were destructive of the nation? I think we got to get real about where we are. The Democrats are going to blow it up when they come back, 100%. And last thing I'll say. The purpose of majorities is to pass your agenda. That's the purpose of majorities. The purpose of majorities is not to keep majorities. And this is the thing that frustrates me with Washington, because so much of it is, well, we got to keep the majority. Well, we got to keep the majority. Well, we got to keep the majority. But to what end?
Right.
Majorities are for accomplishing and passing your agenda.
Yeah, no, and you look at what the left does, weaponizing the justice system, the injustice system against us. Everything they do, they fight to kill us. We get into power and we fight to hold position instead of actually get things done. That's exactly right. But if you're to the American audience out there, so to that end, how can they help you? Who should they call? What should they do to get the filibuster.
People need to start calling John Thune and some of these senators, like Senate leadership. You really got to start calling them and letting them know about this. I don't think this issue is going to go away. I think President Trump is absolutely correct. Get rid of the filibuster so we can get these things done. So many people in our country are concerned about spending. I'm concerned about spending. You think the Democrats are actually going to vote to cut spending? No. They're not going to do it. We know this. And so I actually believe without the Senate filibuster, you'd actually get more compromise in the Senate, because you'd get some Democrats who would say, oh, shoot, this bill's moving without me. You know what? On second thought, let me go sit with somebody and see if we can get a solution done. But the way it works right now, it either passes out of the House or there is stuff that doesn't even leave the House because we know it's not going to get a vote in the Senate.
And so Congressman, why is the Senate such a big issue? Because you guys in the House, you're doing a lot of great work. I talked to Tim Burchett the other day, and even Mike Collins yesterday, but it seems like everything goes to die in the Senate. To the American people that maybe don't understand this, what are you guys seeing on Capitol Hill with that?
We see inaction out of the Senate. The Senate is the place that good ideas go to die. So let's start there. But in actuality, what happens is because you can't clear 60 votes for cloture, which, by the way, the Senate filibuster is a creation of 1917. 1917 is when they put the Senate filibuster in because the old senators didn't want to stand in debate forever anymore, so they put a vote in. In 1975, they changed the Senate filibuster because, you know why? They couldn't overcome filibusters. They actually decreased it from 67 to 60 because they couldn't overcome filibusters. This is not something that was enshrined in the Constitution. This is not something that even the original Senate allowed for. And one of the other issues in the Senate, and this is where the 17th Amendment comes into play, and you could thank Woodrow Wilson, the very worst president America's ever had, because the 17th Amendment actually took away the power of states in the Senate. That was actually originally a state-defined body. State legislators actually voted for who represented the state in the United States Senate. So you had the people represented by the House, and you had the state's interests represented in the Senate. And that was supposed to be the compromise of what Washington was going to do and not do. Today, we have a very popular body in the United States Senate where most senators are basically untouchable. So this is why I'm saying get rid of the filibuster, actually be a body that is responsive to the American people. And I know people are saying, oh, but what about the left? They're going to get control. The Democrats are going to get control. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. They're going to do it anyway. The next time they have the trifecta, they are going to do it. I would rather pass our policies now so the American people can clearly see what the difference is between conservative common sense policy and radical, insane Democratic policy.
Has Thune said anything as to why he won't end the filibuster, though?
He just says he won't do it. And there's about 15.
Call Thune's office.
It's about 15 Republican senators that are just like, no, we won't get rid of it.
Congressman, I'd love to talk with you about the legacy of Charlie Kirk. We're in this building. There are little bullet points of a timeline over here to my right of the youngest speaker at the RNC. He came to know the Lord, all the things that he's done. It's not just a movement. It's something more palpable than that. It's something I think that's in our hearts and something that will last a very long time and will endure. Talk about the legacy of Charlie Kirk.
He's a man of purpose. I think a lot of he's a man of purpose. We make sure that's clear. Why a lot of young people, and not just young people, but older people, adults like my age, the reason why they struggle is because their life has not been defined by purpose. And my wife, in her signature line, she has in there, the purpose of life is a life of purpose. Charlie Kirk, beyond a shadow of a doubt, whether you agreed with him or disagreed with him, you knew after 5 minutes meeting him that he was a man of purpose. And I think that purpose, where sometimes people can't really debate it with you. You know where you're going, and you're going to be uncompromising in that purpose. That's why he was able to build an organization like this. That's why he was able to touch so many young people. If he was double-sided in his own mind about what should be happening, he wouldn't have been able to create this. He was a man of purpose, a man of God, a man of purpose, and everything that he did in his life was driven by that.
Talking to the young people out there, and we see this right now, the vacuum that Charlie Kirk has left, and you see some of this division. You talked about it on stage. We just talked about it a minute ago. What would your message be to the young people, where we go from here, and what's your prayer for America, how we get through this and go to victory and actually codify these things and take America to the next level where we need to go?
My message to young people is have a spirit of power and of love and self-discipline. That's not my words. Those are God's words. But, you know, being in the conservative movement, what you begin to understand is if you can't find a way to communicate with somebody who doesn't agree with you or doesn't really know what to believe, you've already lost, because you're not going to be able to convince that person. If you don't have enough self-control and self-discipline where people can rely on you to do what you said you were going to do, be where you said you were going to be, and actually know that you are a person of purpose, people can't deal with you. You can't lead. That's it. You can't lead. So power, it goes without saying. Yes, you got to be strong. You got to be willing to go into places that nobody would expect you to be at. Listen, when I go do MSNBC and CNN, trust me, this is not where they expect me to be at. But you go there because you understand that there are Americans who've never heard conservatism. And they need to hear it, they need to understand it, and you have to be able to communicate that in a way that people are willing to receive it. My kids, I tell them all the time, just because you're right doesn't mean people want to hear you.
That's right.
And everybody knows that's true.
Wow.
Just because you're right doesn't mean people want to hear you. You have to be able to communicate people where they're willing to take down their walls, to ingest your message. And if you can do that, we can win the day, not just in 2026, but for the future of America. That's my message to young people.
Amen to that. Well, thank you so much, Congressman Byron Donalds. Merry Christmas to you, your lovely wife, Erica, and your family, man.
She's over there. Merry Christmas, honey.
God bless you. God bless all the wives of America that put up with guys like me and you.
And me.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thanks, guys. We're going to head back to the stage right now. Let's take a look.
They had that. You need that. Belief is what creates prosperity, not the other way around. And you have been fed lies to keep you powerless. And so many of your generation are following the natural path of somebody who believes they are powerless. You look to others to lead. You look for a leader. May I propose one? You are the leader. As I was watching speeches yesterday, I thought to myself, what do any of us clowns who are up here have that you don't have? What is it that we have that you don't have? A platform? Build one. Charlie did. Build a platform. You don't have an understanding of history or God or economics or politics. Learn it. You have the world's library in your pocket. Learn it. The only thing that I have that maybe you don't have is white hair. That's the only thing that I have, and that comes from a long life of watching things play out over and over and over again. So the only thing that I have that you don't have is I've seen the pattern. You're in the first phase of your life, so you're seeing the pattern for the first time. But believe me, all of this crap will happen again and again and again. And when you have the white hair, you start to go, oh crap, this is a giant game. I wish I would have known that a long time ago. You need to know one thing. You hold every card you need. You have everything you need. Everything and more. You have your intellect. Your intellect. So you can now think, you can reason, you can learn. You're living in a country that today is still free enough to where you can ask questions and never stop asking questions, especially the uncomfortable questions. There is no such thing as a wrong question or a dangerous question. You ask those questions, but then you find the truth. You don't have truth given to you. No one is here. Don't take anything I or anyone else on this stage say as gospel, because I'm not Jesus. None of us are. You find the truth yourself. You can hear something, but then you prove it to be true yourself. Here's something else that you have that I think you dismiss. You're here. So if not you, who? If not now, when? The other thing you have that you dismiss is that you're alive. And that to me proves the fact God does not make excess people. You have a reason to be here. You have a purpose. There is a reason for you to be alive. God doesn't make excess people. You're not excess. You're the center of your life. I will tell you that I believe I'm 61. I believe 2 months ago, I discovered the reason why I was born. And I had planned on talking to you about that because it's really important. But you need to hear something more important than any of that I have to share with you. You need to believe in yourself. You need to recognize the power that you have. You don't need permission to begin a meaningful life. You have 3 levers of power that you don't understand that you have right in front of you every day. You have 1, internal power. No one can control your work ethic, your honesty, your discipline, your faith, or like Jeannie, your response to others. You own that. Don't let others dictate how you respond. You also have compounding power. The compounding power. Small, consistent actions every day will beat institutions every time because your skill compounds. Every time I met with Charlie, he was a different and better person. Every time he was smarter. He was deeper in with God. He was more successful. And towards the end of his life, it was compounding so rapidly that the changes were staggering. But he's the one who did it. He just chose to do it. Reputation compounds. Integrity compounds. Intellect compounds. Time is not on my side for compounding any of that anymore. But you have all the time you need to be far greater than anyone else you're going to hear speak today. The third thing you have is spiritual power. Meaning is not given by governments or markets. Purpose precedes prosperity. God doesn't create excess people. If you exist, it means you're needed. You are not born too late. You were born into this moment for a reason only you will find, and it requires courage to go out and find it and stand. You are not a victim. Spread the word. History has never asked a victim to save it, nor does history ask comfortable people to save it. History asks capable people to save it. You will discover, if you shake off the lie of victimhood, you will discover the glory of responsibility. When you take on responsibility, when you concentrate on responsibility, you will discover purpose. When you have purpose, cynicism falls away and your life becomes a calling. Concentrate on the first step, personal responsibility. Let me leave you with a scenario. We're sitting in here, and all of a sudden, the mic goes out, the lights go out. What's the first thing you do? First thing, we probably all gasp or laugh a little bit, gets a little uncomfortable, and then you probably will pull out your phone. And there's the light. And you will look at your phone, and somebody at some point will realize there are no bars anymore. The lights go out, not for a minute. Let's say it's not a glitch. Let's say they go out and stay out. At first, the phones come out, and somebody will say, wow, this is weird. Then your phones die. Then the stores close. Then the sirens start. By tomorrow morning, if the lights went out right now and they stayed out, and it was out everywhere, by tomorrow morning, there would be a change in most people's eyes. And it would not be fear, it would be confusion, which is worse. When the system disappears, people don't ask the question, who's in charge? When the lights go out and stay out, people begin to ask the question, who knows how to live without the system? Some people will freeze. Some people will wait. Some people will demand answers. I want answers. Somebody's got to pay for this. And they'll be demanding answers from institutions that no longer answer. Others will just look around. Others will begin to look around and then check on neighbors. They'll begin to share food. They will organize quietly. They will not wait to ask for permission. They don't have or need special authority. They don't have official titles. They have something else, personal responsibility. And here's the part that matters. When the lights go out, that's when everyone will discover who they really are. No one will ask, who did you vote for? No one will ask, what did you post? No one will ask, who were you angry at? How angry did you get? Whether you're prepared to stand or not, that's the moment. And we're at this moment. The lights are flickering. I told you at the beginning, you're not crazy. Things are not the way they should be. The lights are flickering. So now, what do you do when the lights go out? You need to restore your confidence. The lights are flickering not just in markets and politics, but in belief, in confidence, in belief. You've been told the dangerous things over and over again, that when the system fails, you fail. It's not true. People matter more in those moments rather than less. And every great generation in history, they were forged in a moment when something big broke. Not when things were easy, not when things were guaranteed, but when people your age looked at one another, saw this giant mess they didn't create and went, oh crap, we'll fix it. I'll take responsibility. That's not weakness. That is the highest form of power, because power is not the ability to control others. Power, real power, is the ability to control yourself when no one is watching. Power is telling the truth when lies are rewarded. Power is forgiving hatred when hatred is celebrated. Power is building when everyone else is tearing down. Hear my message to you. You were not born too late. You were born with everything you need. All you really need is belief in yourself, and from there comes courage. And courage is not loud. Courage is just getting up when you've been beaten down. Every time you fall down, you just get up again. That's what courage is, getting up one more time after you fall. That's it. Courage is required now because civilizations are not saved by governments. And people who understand their power, they fix things. That person that will fix things is you. So I urge you, please, leave here this weekend filled with one thing. If you take one thing away, is that you matter, that you count, that the ultimate power is there and it channels down to you, and you can accomplish anything. So go out and do what Charlie did. Live your life in a way that you are prepared for when the lights go out. Do not curse the darkness. Become the light that others will see by. We're counting on you. Thank you. Go off this way.
As a father of 2 young kids, I've realized there's nothing more important than being present for every incredible moment in their lives. I used to think health was just about staying active. Now, I understand it's about knowing yourself.
Welcome back to AmFest 2025. Our live coverage continues from Phoenix, Arizona. Ben and Benny, I really liked what Glenn Beck said there at the end, that courage is not loud, that sometimes it's just getting back up when you've been beat down. That was pretty profound.
No, I think that's great, and that kind of goes back to Riley Gaines yesterday, where the whole theme of these past few days has been that courage, and how courage isn't loud, doesn't have to be loud. All it can be is just speaking up, using your voice. Something as simple as that, how powerful that can be. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, well, and his point about power not being controlling others, but about controlling yourself and having other. You talk about leadership too. You know, there's different types of leadership. There's the dictatorial, get people to do what you want them to do, but they don't actually want to do it, versus leadership that draws people to you to follow you because they believe in what you're doing. And I think, you see that again in all the division and everything else, but man, if we could have a generation of young people that realize, hey, I get my life right, I figure myself out, and maybe other people will want to follow what I do. That's a great message.
We're going to get back to the stage right now because Speaker Mike Johnson is headed out to the podium right now. Let's take a look.
Thank you so much. So good to see everybody. We are so grateful to be with you here at the end of a historic year in Congress, on the eve of our great nation's 250th birthday. And that's right. And in the midst of this epic and fateful battle that truly will determine the future of our great republic. Charlie Kirk understood that better than anyone. And as you've heard here over the last few days, we're no longer in a battle, no longer in a contrast just between Republicans and Democrats. We're in a contrast between two completely different, diametrically opposed worldviews. Charlie stood for that. I knew him a long time, and yes, Andy Biggs, we're going to work on that statue in the Capitol, okay? Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I knew Charlie a long time. I came up in the conservative movement. For about 20 years before I got to Congress, I served as a constitutional law attorney. And so my job was to go into the courts and defend religious freedom and marriage and family and the sanctity of human life. I came across a lot of people during those years. I don't think, when I was doing the work in the courts and the court of public opinion, I don't think there was anyone else who handled that court of public opinion better than Charlie Kirk, and that's why we love his legacy so much. I was honored to be asked to speak at 4 different vigils and events for him following his tragic passing. It was as if the ground shook beneath all of us, and at each one of those things, we all had a short amount of time, and I just presented a simple message, and I wanted to share it with you here this morning. It's a pretty simple thing. I think the best way to honor Charlie's legacy is to live as he lived. And what I mean by that is I think there's 2 very important things that all of us can and should do. I think we should advance his principles, and I think we should adopt his approach. Now, let me talk about the first one, advancing his principles. See, what Charlie stood for was very well known by everybody. He was a man of deep faith and conviction, as we know. He was a man who was truly authentic, and that's what drew everybody into the message. That was the great power of his message, was that it came so deep from his heart. It was authentic. Charlie believed in the things that Scripture says we should focus on, the things that are praiseworthy and noble and good. He believed and he preached faith and family and freedom and virtue and patriotism. See, Charlie understood we live in the greatest nation in the history of the world, and it's not even close, and we all know that. Charlie had a great talent of explaining why we live in the most successful, most benevolent, most free, most powerful nation it's ever been. It's really not even close. And he did that so well. Because, see, Charlie understood. The reason he was so passionate about that message is he knew that it is easy to take freedom away from a people if they do not understand the source of it. I love that he read Psalm 11:3, not just as a rhetorical question, but as a call to arms. You know that scripture. It says, if the foundations be destroyed, what will the righteous do? It's our call to arms as well. To save our country, all of us have to defend the foundations and advance these truths. So what I wanted to do in just a couple of short minutes here is give you what I think may be a helpful illustration that you can use as well. I've been doing this for the last few years because I'm going into these college auditoriums and sometimes on these large stages, and usually I have a whiteboard. I'll request a whiteboard. And I go through what I just say is a word picture, 5 simple words to explain why we live in the greatest nation in the history of the world. This is important for us to do right now because so few people understand it anymore. So let me offer this illustration to you, and maybe you can use it as well. You don't need a whiteboard. You can do it on a napkin or a small piece of paper. But here's what I do. I go up on the board, and I write 5 words on the board. I go to the top, and I write G-O-D, all big capital letters at the top. I go halfway down the board, and I write king, lowercase k. The bottom of the board, I write the people, / the subjects. And then I draw a bunch of arrows down from the king to the people. I back up, and I look at the whiteboard, and I say, see, this is a graphic illustration, a graphic word picture of what would be defined as the philosophy of the divine right of kings. It's an old European medieval notion that other countries bought into before ours came along. And it explains this basic idea. They believed that there was a God somewhere hovering high in the heavens, but the real boss, the earthly boss, the sovereign, was the king. And the king was the one that could give you all your rights, tell you what property you can hold, sometimes who you can marry, what you may do for a living, etc. The king was the boss. Well, in 1776, a group of faithful patriots came along. Yeah. And they deeply considered this old medieval philosophy, and they said, that's not right. The king is a tyrant. The king is taking away our rights. Now, you might know that many of them were seminarians. They were students of Scripture. They understood the real truth. And they said, this is not what this is all about. G.K. Chesterton was a famous British philosopher, and he said one time, America is the only nation in the world that is founded upon a creed, and it's listed with almost theological lucidity in the Declaration of Independence. What is the creed? We hold these truths to be self-evident. Now, when I'm in a big audience of university students, I'll say, hold on, wait a minute. What is a self-evident truth? Something that's obvious. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Wait a minute. It doesn't say just born equal. It says created equal, okay, by someone. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and among these, the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was such a revolutionary statement at the time. You know why? Because we shattered that old paradigm, that old philosophy. And effectively, I go to the whiteboard, I take the eraser, and I erase the word king off the board. I erase all the arrows that went down from the king to the people and the subjects, and I erase the word the subjects. The only 2 words left on the board, 3 words, God and the people. So then I draw all the arrows straight down to the people. And I step back and I say, that, my friends, is the root of our Judeo-Christian heritage. That is the root of the truth that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world. That's it. Many years after the founding, Abraham Lincoln famously summarized it in the Gettysburg Address. He said, we are dedicated to this proposition, that we are one nation under God, and that a government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. But then we have to explain the next part. Why did that make us so successful? Because of the implications of that worldview. So you understand the difference between that and what the other nations were pursuing before us. See, what Lincoln was talking about is if we're going to have a self-governing people, we have to have responsibility that goes along with that. The founders understood that you had to have a basic moral consensus to keep a constitutional republic. George Washington was the father of our country. He famously said in his farewell address, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. John Adams came next. He said, our Constitution is made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. The other implication that comes from that is that because we are made by a creator, remember the framers, the founders were students of Scripture, they understood every single person is made in the image of God. And there's big time implications that come from that. You know what it means? Yeah. So the meaning of that is so important because it means every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin or what zip code you live in or what your major is in college. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by God, and no one can take that away. No one can take that away. The founders built our country on the premise that our rights do not come from the state, they do not come from the government, they come from God himself. And that is what has made us the great nation that we are. Now, look, real quick to close the illustration, then I say, when I'm in a university campus, I say, but you know what the problem is? Over the last few generations, we have strayed from these foundational truths. The foundations are being destroyed. I take an eraser, I go back to the board, and I erase G-O-D, because now there's this movement that denies the Creator himself, denies his commands and his orders and all the things that ordered our liberty in the beginning. And that is the problem, and that is why freedom is imperiled, and that is why we're in a war in this culture to save the greatest nation, this great republic of ours. The best way to restore it is to return and restore those foundations, to return God to the top and to remember who we are beneath him. Look, Charlie knew those foundational truths and he evangelized them better than anybody I know, and now we all have to do the same. So the first principle is advance his principles, and the second one is adopt his approach. I just want to say this to state the obvious, and you all know it. I'm delighted to follow the Professor Glenn Beck here this morning. His message was spot on. See, Charlie loved a vigorous debate, but he loved people more. That's the secret, right? He took to heart the biblical admonitions. Among them are a few. 1 Peter 3:15. Always be prepared to give an answer for the hope that you have. I love 2 Timothy 2, and Charlie did as well. Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly handling the word of truth. Charlie also loved 1 Corinthians 16, verse 13. Be watchful, stand firm in the faith, act like men, be strong, but let all that you do be done in love. And as radical and as powerful as it is, Jesus reminded us you're supposed to love even your enemies. Now, that's our calling. Charlie was never motivated by hate for anyone. That's why he was such a great example. That's why his legacy lives on as it is, because he was driven by that powerful truth. After every debate, he was always the very first person to reach out a hand of friendship to someone or offer an arm around the shoulder of someone who he felt was lost. Because in so many places, in so many cases, the person on the other side of the table actually was lost in a very real sense, not just philosophically, but spiritually. And it was about this eternal battles. Charlie, our friend Charlie, served sacrificially to pull people back from the abyss. He didn't do it just to save a country. Even more importantly, he did it to save souls. And that's what we have to remember, especially on this Sunday. All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. And your presence here today shows that you're in the category of those who do much. I want to thank you for all your willingness to stand and engage in this battle right now. It's never been more important than it is right now. And I want to thank you all for what you did in last fall's election, returning Donald J. Trump to the White House, yes. and allowing us to keep the majorities in Congress, in the House and Senate. Now, let me tell you something. That's in spite of the media's desperate efforts to paint a different picture. We worked arm in arm with President Trump over the last 12 months, and we have had one of the most consequential, historic Congresses in the history of this country. Let me bring you a couple of these. Yeah. America is looking at a split screen right now, okay? On one side is President Trump and our majorities in Congress delivering on our promises. Like a short list. We ended the border crisis, right? In very short order. We are working right now to solve the crime crisis in all these major cities around the country. We passed the largest tax cut in U.S. history, and at the same time, the largest spending cut in U.S. history. We are restoring American energy dominance. We are bringing down the cost of living, and we are rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse in this government. We kicked illegal aliens off of taxpayer benefits. I think you'd like that. We slashed funding to USAID, PBS, and NPR. Yes. They were too woke, and you know what we did as well? We kicked biological men out of women's sports, and so much more. In the last 12 months, we've codified more than 70 of President Trump's nation-shaping executive orders, and that's so far. And meanwhile, he's been reforming every agency of the federal government and restoring peace through strength again. We desperately needed all of it. All of that is in the past 12 months. We have so much more to do. And by the way, we did it with the smallest margins in U.S. history. I mean, every day. On the other side of that split screen, in quick summary, you see the radical left Marxist Democrats. And they are being overrun by the Marxists. They truly are. This is not your father's Democrat Party anymore. And they want to dismantle the very foundations of our republic and everything that we all stand for and that Charlie Kirk evangelized. Everything, as has been said here, everything is on the line in the midterms of 2026, and we have much more to do. But if we lose the House majority, the radical left, as you've already heard, is going to impeach President Trump. They're going to create absolute chaos. We cannot let that happen, and I know you won't. I know you won't. I want to leave you with three things. If we refuse to let the left and the mainstream media lie without being challenged, it's our job to challenge it. If we refuse to let outside forces divide us, as Glenn Beck said so well, and if we all will do as Charlie did, and that is fight like happy warriors, advance his principles, and adopt his approach, we will win next year, and we will save the greatest nation in the history of the world. We're going to do it together. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Super Centennial. Let's go win. Thank you.
Charlie represented freedom of speech that a lot of people are scared to have, especially in this time and in this generation. He gives people my age that are younger generation the confidence to be able to have conversations that are difficult.
He was one who shined the light for young people and young individuals like me.
He was such a role model for young people, and I think that his voice will continue on even though he's already gone.
He was a person who stood for what he believed in. He was like a man of faith, a man of God, and a man of the people, a man who believed in freedom. And yeah, I like that he died believing what he believed in.
I think Charlie Kirk was just an inspiration. He helped me find my religion, and he helped create a bigger bond between me and my girlfriend.
He meant a lot. It really just was awesome for someone who actually cared for people our age and showing us how to use our voice. He just taught us not to be afraid to share our own opinion.
almost every day I would listen to his podcast, see his videos. So for me, he was a guide to life. He was a guide to how to handle myself in campuses, in my high school life, and among young people.
We were moved by Charlie Kirk's life and unfortunately having lost him. And so I am grateful as an artist that I had a means to convey how I felt, because it was a lot. It was a tornado, a hurricane of feelings.
Just kind of like on a shirt, Charlie meant freedom. Charlie meant that there was a voice out there, that there was an ability to converse and share ideas and say that America is more than just fighting. It's more than just bickering. It's the willingness to be able to share your thoughts and be who you want to be and grow to the person you want to be.
Listening to him debate people, even the people who didn't really enjoy his opinions and his thoughts, was really inspiring for me, and I've sort of replicated that in my life. So Charlie was more of a mentor for me.
Charlie was a role model, especially for young people like myself, where we never got a voice, and our voice wasn't important.
To me, Charlie was a leader who I looked up to and helped shape my political opinion, especially in a world that they try to navigate you towards like the mainstream like idea and what they want you to believe in, and he helped really shape what I believe in now politically. So he's someone I've always looked up to.
Either TikTok or Instagram, and just seeing what impact he's started to make on campus, that's truly how I figured out who he was.
He did so much for me. I have done so many amazing things because of Charlie. I met so many amazing people, and I've been so many amazing places, and I am just so grateful for Charlie Kirk.
I've always been a big believer in freedom of speech, and I can't think of many people who showed freedom of speech and supported freedom of speech as much as he did.
Charlie meant the future. He started coming to schools, and I watched him for the last number of years gain in popularity and gain people's trust. That meant something to a lot of us.
Charlie meant to me as just a person who went out and wasn't scared to exercise his right to free speech. He went on to college campuses, all of which are pretty much liberal, and wasn't scared to talk to people, wasn't scared to debate. Like you said, when debate ends, violence happens. He wasn't scared of people's opinions. He wasn't scared of what they thought of him. He went out and did what we all want to do.
I think he really is the epitome of love your neighbor. Just because someone maybe thinks differently than you doesn't mean you have to isolate them. We're called as Christians to love and to challenge ourselves as well as others. So I think that's what he showed me and all of us.
Just seeing the way he spoke to the younger generation, it was truly an inspiration to see, the potential of what could be, and I think honestly just following Charlie Kirk's words and hearing what he has to say really spoke to me and really got me out to be more vocal in what I believe in.
I want to say thank you especially to Charlie Kirk for inspiring so many people with his vision, with his mission of just opening dialogue, having dialogue with folks, sharing his faith publicly, sharing his ideas publicly, and engaging in a conversation with people.
I think Charlie gave us all courage to be able to both talk about Jesus and then also about what we believe in, and that what you believe in, you're not singled out in that, but that it's an entire movement and a coalition that's being built to fight for the Conservative Party. And so I think that it just gave us further boldness to be able to talk both about Jesus, but also about what we believe.
We have a chance
Welcome back.
to transform.
Before we go to Don Jr., one more time, we're going to do this. If you guys have not downloaded it, Anthem of the Free, #1 on iTunes, but we want to hit Billboard #1. You guys can help us do that. Text J6PC to 75802 or click the QR code on your screen, download it, follow the instructions, and on January 6th, we'll be giving it away, guys. Everybody, download the song. Let the J6 guys know that we support them, support America. God bless America.
We're going to take it over to Don Jr. hitting the stage right now in the main room. Let's take a look.
Please welcome Donald Trump Jr.
You guys are a serious tribute to everything that Charlie stood for. The last time I gave a big speech was actually right here in Phoenix at his memorial, and it was a little bit of a different feeling. But to see this many young, patriotic Americans in a room, record numbers for Turning Point, just shows what's going on. Charlie's courage is why you guys are all here. His willingness to lead, to push people through is incredible. And honestly, I was concerned. I was worried. I was worried that without Charlie, this room would go out like it was 10 years ago when we started this incredible voyage, and it would dissipate. But this is literally double what it was last year, and that was a record. So that is a testament to you, to your patriotism, to your bravery, to your resolve, and to everything that Charlie stood for. So you guys fired up? You guys having some fun? How many students are in the room right now? Raise your hands. I feel good, guys. I feel good about the future. Who's ready to take the next step and start a Turning Point chapter at a college that perhaps isn't there already? Who's doing it at high schools right now? I love this. Guys, we cannot sit this one out, okay? Everything depends on it. The future of our country, our children, Western civilization. It's now on all of you. So, other than God, family, and country, Charlie had some incredible things we needed to talk about in politics. You heard some of that from Speaker Johnson just now. But immigration matters. It's a fight that this administration is taking on. We've realized that if you import the third world, you become the third world. And we're not going to let that happen. Because of radical Democrat policies, millions of people poured into this country that should have never been there. They jacked up the price of rents, the cost of goods, diminished our healthcare system and our education systems. And that's all ending. I heard a little bit of a snippet from Tom Homan, who's probably like typecasting for getting this done. And we are winning. We are taking back our country. Make no mistake, guys, it was intentional, okay? It took my father 2 weeks to shut down the border, to end the insanity. We didn't need new policies. We didn't need new people there. We needed a new president who was willing to follow the law and get things done. We're seeing the consequences of Joe Biden's policies and Democrat policies in general. Terror attacks. A couple of our National Guardsmen were killed a few weeks ago. We're seeing the crime. We're seeing the chaos. And responsibility for that doesn't just fall on Democrats. It falls on so many of the weak Republicans who just capitulated to the D.C. swamp. And we're going to put an end to that, too. Some of the lauded voices, even in the Republican Party, demanded we bring in tens of thousands of unvetted Afghan refugees. For years, they turned Minnesota into little Somalia. How's that working out for anyone? I'm not sure, guys. I keep hearing diversity is our strength, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. My father, J.D. Vance, Charlie fought to stop the nonsense. A country cannot survive when it imports people who don't share their values. We don't owe the world a thing. We owe Americans their American dream, and we intend to fulfill that. It sounds tough, but we deserve it for the future, for the next generation, for all of you who are going to take on the mantle and lead this country to continued greatness. Now, we're getting rid of the nonsense, and it's going to be great. The other big issue that Charlie and I fought so hard for was the Maha movement. Charlie, myself, Susie Wiles, a small cadre of people were the guys that brokered that deal. So we stop allowing Big Pharma to put profits over actual health, to stop the insanity of jacking up our children with thousands of vaccines they don't need. Profits don't matter more than health. And when you do need actual health, they're fighting to make sure that Americans pay less than Europe. None of this nonsense where you buy a drug for $1,000 and in Europe, American drugs are being sold for pennies on the dollar. That doesn't work. And they ended that with the most favored nation's executive order just a couple of days ago. And the big one of the ones I've been fighting since like 2015. I didn't realize it would even turn into a thing because it was always so insane to me. The transgender issue. There's going to be no more castrating our children for big pharma and medical profit. That bullshit ends now. Federal funding is being cut off for sex change operations for minors. I never understood it. I say, wait. So a 3-year-old can decide to permanently mutilate their body, be put on toxic drugs for the rest of their life. But a 25-year-old has no idea what they're doing when they're signing for their student loans. The most elite in America, the academically inclined, somehow don't seem that elite when they need a plumber to pay their student loans. That ends too. And the number one issue, again, outside of God, family, and country for Charlie, something he fought and something he died for, was free speech. Free speech is alive and well in 2025. Charlie rejected the notion of being canceled for what you thought, for having that dialogue. Charlie, on it every day, he opened up one of the largest platforms in the world to those who despised him most. He allowed them to speak. He had that dialogue. They killed him for it. They killed him for it. Not because he was so radical, but because he was so effective. When people were able to hear both sides of an argument, wow, it's amazing what happens. For years, we've fought the censorship complex. We've fought the mainstream media. People couldn't even get basic truth out there. What binds us together, what matters more than the disagreements, is the ability to have that discourse. The real enemy? It's not Steve Bannon or Tucker Carlson or Ben Shapiro. It's the radical left that murdered Charlie and celebrated it on a daily basis. Free speech is under attack everywhere. In Europe, they're putting people in jail for basic truth. If one of your family members was raped by a roving gang of migrant thugs, and you said they shouldn't even be here, you get thrown in jail. The rapists get an apology and get let off. Think about that. That's happening right now in the UK. Do not let that happen to America. We are the last stand for common sense, for free speech, for truth, and for decency. Do not squander that. We have to live that freedom every day. America, guys, is not just an idea. Washington loves the saying, the issue is beyond right and left. No, it's not. That's a lie. We are in a real argument about what America is, what it stands for, whether it survives for our children and our grandchildren after them. America's not just an idea. It's a place with borders, with land, with history and battlefields, with patriots and incredible people who want to see that perpetuate itself. They want to live that dream. The belief that it's just an idea and it doesn't matter. That's how you lose a country, and that's been the other side's intention for far too long. There is no backup to America, guys. You are it. You are that last line of defense. Patience, discipline, long-term victory. These days people want instant results. Remember the day after my father was inaugurated on January 20th, you saw the left. They ran with their sound. The price of eggs hasn't gone down. I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. It's been like 14 hours. Of course, that then happened. Inflation hasn't gone down yet. It's been a week. Well, guys, it's hard to undo 4 years of idiocy. Inflation's under control, but when you have compound interest on double-digit inflation for 4 years, those prices are still too high. We have to work on that, but it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a plan. It takes a process. We're building something that lasts. We have to be in that together through common sense, long-term approach. You guys are Charlie's legacy. You're also the biggest beneficiaries of his movement, of his ideas. You guys are going to be doing this when I'm probably long gone. That matters. Don't squander that opportunity. Keep that wave going. For the kids who haven't even been born yet, for the children that you're going to all have, that hopefully you're mostly too young. I'm looking around, it's pretty young to have that going. It's why I got into this. When Charlie and I met back in 15 and 16, we're spending all this time together. I had no idea. I was a real estate developer from New York. We built buildings. But when I saw what the other side was willing to do, how they were so glib about just destroying our country, he said, we have to fight. We have to engage. This isn't just a conference, guys. It's a movement. Charlie built this for you, and as I said in my eulogy to Charlie, we are now all Charlie. There's not one person. There's not one person that's going to replace Charlie Kirk, but if each one of us take a fraction of what he was able to do, a fraction of his energy, his passion, his intelligence, and we come together, the movement that he wanted to achieve is totally doable, guys. Join a Turning Point chapter. If your school has one, get involved. If it doesn't, start one. Bring 5 friends. Build more. That's how we win. Become unafraid. And if you're in this room, you've already taken those steps. You've done that. But you need to open the door for others. You need to make it okay for them to take that step. Get out there. Do it on college campuses, in classrooms, in conversations. Don't ever, ever give up. We have to stay involved. We have to stay in the game. Midterms are coming around the corner, and make no mistake, the Democrat Party wants to do whatever they possibly can to shut this movement down. Not just the Democrats, the rhinos. You see the manufactured attacks on JD, myself, my father, anyone. who understands that this isn't the Republican Party anymore. It's the America First Party. It's the Make America Great Again Party. And we are not going back. The same I love it, guys. By the way, if someone wasn't chanting USA next to you, you know they're a Democrat plant, right? Because they just can't do it. It's like pouring holy water on a vampire. This presidency, guys, didn't happen by accident. There's been a long undercurrent of Americans being felt left behind. You saw it. It's been going crazy in the last this week alone on social media when you're hearing about all the people, especially young white men who for a generation were left behind by DEI. They were told, well, you don't check a couple of boxes, so you may be better, you may be smarter, but you're not getting into that college. You're not getting that job. You're certainly not getting a promotion. But you better damn well realize that you're still privileged despite being discriminated against. It's funny, but it's actually happening. And that's why everyone has to engage. Everyone can't sit out the midterm process, or this becomes a 2-year presidency, not a 4-year presidency. We have, for the first time, we have a bench of great people who can continue the movement that my father started, that can fill the void that he recognized in hardworking Americans, that Charlie so aptly understood and promoted. But you guys are it. Speak boldly, organize relentlessly, stay in the game at all costs. Again, you guys are the biggest beneficiaries of this movement. But if you don't do that, you're also the people that are going to suffer hardest and longest if the radicals get what they want. You have to be a part of it. You have to continue that legacy. If you want to save America, if you want America to continue the way we all want to and the way we love, you get to work. I wanted to call in a little guest. He may not be here today, but I wanted to make sure he had a chance to say hi. Mr. President? Can you guys hear?
I want to be with you, but I'll be with you soon. And I just want to say that nobody did more for me than Charlie, and there's nobody better than Erica. And you are the greatest people on earth. We won in a landslide, and we're going to continue to do it. And I just want to thank everybody. You got out there, and they voted, and they pressed doorbells. And I just want to thank you all, and I hope my son's doing a good job representing me. Otherwise, I'll have to say, you're fired, Don. You're fired. So thank you very much, and have a great day. And I hope Don makes a great speech. If he doesn't make a great speech, let me know about it. I'll give him hell.
Well, Dad, there's literally...
Everybody, Don, go have a good time. And say hello to Erica. Go have a good time, everybody.
Well, there's 30,000... young patriots in this room. The movement continues. They're looking forward to supporting you and everything that you, Charlie, and really everyone that's part of this movement stands for. So thanks, Dad. We appreciate it. We love you. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, everybody. We love you. Have a great Christmas.
Thanks, Dad. We love you. I'm not good at much, guys, but I can call in the big guns sometimes, right? It's always nice when he actually picks up the phone. It's a lot more awkward when you're in front of 30,000 people and it goes to voicemail, right? So it's like, at least we still got that. But thank you guys for everything. Thanks for the sacrifices that you've made. Few people outside of Charlie, Erica, and his incredible family understand the sacrifice that it means to take on that machine. I get it, guys. I understand what they will try to do. I understand that there is no limit to how far they will go. We have all witnessed it. We have all seen it. But understand, the only thing worse than that is the consequence of our apathy if we sit it out, if we don't get out there, if we don't do everything in our power to do that. So get out there, get unafraid, and in the words of your favorite president, fight, fight, fight. Thank you, AmFest. Thank you, America. I love you guys. Merry Christmas.
Ladies and gentlemen, all attendees have received an email to participate in the official Americafest 2025 draw.
All right, guys, we are waiting. I thought they were going to it. We're watching. We got Erica coming up and special guests. All eyes are on the stage.
Right
we're not going to miss it when it comes, guys. So who that special guest is? We had a guest go by. One attendee said Nicki Minaj. We shall see. It'll be interesting.
I said Kanye, but I haven't. You know what? I think it's Nicki Minaj. I have this gut feeling. But how about Don Jr.'s speech? I thought that was amazing.
I love Don.
And we knew Trump had to make an appearance.
Yes,
in some way, shape, or form.
I was thinking that, Trump has to be here. And, that's the perfect way to do it. If he can't be here in body, at least he can be here in voice. So, yeah.
Can you imagine if it would have went to voicemail? That would
I know. You almost, of course you plan for that. If it had, they would have planned for it. It would have been funny if you had a pre-recorded voicemail just for them. But it was good. It was really good.
But Ben, what do you think Erica's going to talk about when she gets out on this stage? This will be her first, really big speech filling in for Charlie. Since
well, she filled in with the intro. And it actually looks like we may have a message from President Trump.
We have a message from Trump. We're going to head over there now.
Fantastic person, the one and only Charlie Kirk. Charlie was a warrior for God and country, and he gave everything he had, even his life, in the fight to save America from those who would destroy it. That's why I'm proud to posthumously award Charlie our nation's highest civilian honor. There's nothing like this one. It's called the Presidential Medal of Freedom. We continue to grieve Charlie's horrific murder, and as you can see in Phoenix, we carry on this fight with the help of his thousands of fellow warriors and Charlie's courageous and wonderful widow, Erica, a special, special woman. No one was more excited about what our movement has achieved this year than Charlie Kirk. He was right at the forefront. Starting on day one, we secured our southern border and stopped the invasion of our country. 2.5 million more American-born workers are employed today than when I took office. An incredible number. Think of that. 2.5 million more Americans are employed, and these are American workers. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. We passed the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulatory cuts in history, and the largest spending cuts in history. Then we're making America affordable again with big wage gains and falling prices for gasoline, energy, mortgages, groceries, and other pillars of the American dream. We have it down to a science. We made 8 peace deals in 9 months. Think of that. We stopped 8 wars in 9 months. We ended the war in Gaza. We got critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools, and we got men out of women's sports. We don't have men playing in women's sports anymore. Every day of my administration, we will keep on fighting for Charlie and the country he gave his life to defend. He loved our country so much, and he loved you so much. And we will make America greater than ever before. We're going to do that. We're going to do it in honor of Charlie Kirk. So thank you, thank Turning Point, and God bless the USA.
Well, speaking of President Trump, there you go, making another actual appearance. Erica coming up very soon with a special guest.
Special guest. Any bets? Any bets? Yeah. I cannot wait to see.
I know, and
I'm on the edge of my seat.
You know, we were talking about potential presidents upcoming, and every time I see Don Jr., I think Don or Eric. Eric, you know, is kind of the unsung son, if you will. Both of them, though, so good. You talk about.
Trump really raised some really great children.
You judge parents by their children a lot of times, and not always. You know, you can get good parents that have bad kids, but it's rare that you get bad parents that have good kids. And to see how good all of the Trumps are, it's just it's a testament.
Yeah, really, truly. Don Jr. though, I would say he's probably the biggest, most outspoken advocate for his dad. I feel like in politics.
Yeah, and the only person that might even go a little bit farther, a little bit harder. Trump drops bombs.
Eric, I feel like
Junior nukes.
Yes.
You know, some of his tweets, and they're epic. Yeah. That's what I love about it. He just doesn't give a, it's.
But Ben, while we're waiting for Erica to come out on the stage with our special guest, what are you most looking forward to with JD's speech this afternoon?
Well, I think the whole purpose for this event, where we are now, where we're going, and really giving action items, rally cries for the young people here, motivating them to continue on and answer some of the questions that a lot of MAGA has. There are legitimate questions out there. There's been some division that's unnecessarily thrown into it, but there are some legitimate questions that need to be answered. And I think JD coming out and saying, "Hey, we hear you. We're answering those. We're going to see those prosecutions that you all want. We're going to reveal." Even though this is, I would say, the most open administration we've ever seen in comparison to any other one, there are still some of those things. You still have the Epsteins, and you still have some of these things that a lot of people want answers to. And so I think those need to be addressed. But ultimately, it's, hey, all of these policies that we've put into place are coming through. You're going to see them. Give us a chance to get there. And it's just, like the economy, it's a lagging indicator. The tariffs are a lagging indicator. All of these things, it takes some time for it to build into the system. So that's my guess on the message, but definitely aspirational.
Yeah. And I think it really will be a tribute to Charlie. I mean, JD has said
they were so close.
I mean, from flying the casket over to, back to Phoenix, and JD and his family have just been so amazing to Erica and theirs. And so I think we really can expect, hopefully, to hear maybe some stories about Charlie and some things that they hold close to their heart.
Yeah, no, this was, he was closer to a lot of people know this, that JD is the VP because of Charlie. I mean, Charlie and JD were friends before JD ever even was considered in that position. Charlie really helped JD get the position that he had in Congress before that, and that was, he actually got the endorsement. Charlie was a part of helping him get the original endorsement from President Trump. And so, there's a lot there. The history on that is deep. And so there's no doubt. That's what this entire thing, though. What's interesting is I anticipated this entire event to be memorial and you've had some of that, but it's really been more of a celebration.
Yeah. It feels like Charlie's celebration of life.
Yeah, it feels like he's here the whole time. I mean, and I think they set the stage for that from the very first intro, where it was Charlie introing Erica.
Yeah.
It felt like it was the spirit of Charlie's been with us this entire time.
And they have, on the walls next to us, if we look around, there's pictures of him from when he was in 2003 all the way until 2025, and just going through his life and giving him the glory that he truly deserves, and all those different times in his life, how all the things he did.
Yeah.
It's just there's never anyone going to be like him ever.
Yeah, you think about the impact, and it's just I mean, it's one of those things. We all have a certain number of days. We were talking about that earlier. All have a certain number of days in our life, and it's a matter of what we do with them. It looks like we've got a memorial.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and head back in there to main stage to check it out.
Apparently, it was a false alarm. We're back. We're eyes on the stage.
We are locked in. We're gonna make sure you guys do not miss this. So the second we get word that she is coming out, we are going to throw it back over there. But Ben, going into the holidays, what do you hope that all these attendees go home with after this conference?
Well, it's like we've been saying the whole time. 2026 is the most important thing. And we were talking to Byron earlier. I love guys like Byron it's very simple. And it's one of those. I'm a mix. It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword on the, what the ending the filibuster will be. But he's got a point. If we don't do it, the Democrats will. You don't have that wall in there to stop it, Cinema and Manchin. So we may as well do it now. Get the agenda passed and let it actually settle in to where the American people can see what happens, to see that it actually works. But we're going to go to break. But I promise you,
we'll be right
when
back.
We're in break, if anything happens, we're cutting out. So stay tuned. We will be right back.
Stay right here.
I was born with idiopathic infantile scoliosis. I've had 17 surgeries.
I was born missing my lower right foot.
I was born 10 weeks early without my left arm.
I have osteogenesis imperfecta. I've broken over 70 bones in my lifetime.
With my polio, I have tough days and my pain just pops out of nowhere. There's nothing to be afraid of because all the doctors are all so nice.
Most people think, oh, it's the medical side of things at Shriners Hospital, but for me, it's the confidence that I've gotten.
When somebody sees these commercials, there'll be a phone number on the screen, and all they have to do is call and make a donation to help kids like me.
Thanks to a generous donor, your gift will have 3 times the impact to help more kids.
When you join with us, we'll send you one of these adorable blankets as a thank you and a reminder of all the abilities you are helping make possible.
We have so much to celebrate this time of year.
Please call or go to loveshiners.org. Your first gift of $19 a month will have 3 times the impact in the lives of kids like me.
You are the bestie because Shriners has given you the confidence that you need.
It's just really cool knowing that you're part of something bigger than yourself.
Shriners has given so much to us, and we have a mission and we have a goal that we want to help more kids.
From all of us at Shriners Hospitals for Children, Merry Christmas.
Please call the number on your screen or go to loveshiners.org. If operators are busy, please call again. And when you become a monthly donor, your first gift will have 3 times the impact to help more kids.
Thank you for giving.
Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice. We are here kicking off the last day of Americafest 2025. Ben Berkwam, you have something to tell us. Talk to us about this J6 painting.
I do, and I thank God that Parker, when he sent me the text, that he put flames on both sides of it so I could find it really quickly. So if you guys have not heard, if you've been living in a bubble, this beautiful painting signed by Steve Bannon, the one and only, we are giving this away to one lucky participant who downloads. Now, we are number 1 on iTunes. We are trying to get to number 1 on billboards.
You can scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen underneath, and that will help you go and get your chance to win this.
Yeah, so follow that. You got to download it, and then there's a couple steps you have to do to get entered into it. January 6, 2026, we're going to be announcing the winner. You can also get more information if you text J6PC to 75802. And we also want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Birch Gold. Text America to
989898.
I was going to say text Berquam, but don't do that. Text America to 989898.
Berquam won't get you anywhere on that
gold.
one.
Look, gold's just awesome. I love gold. If I didn't do what I do now, I'd be a treasure hunter. I just love it.
I think you've said that before.
I would, yeah. So I love it. Just hedge your bets. Get some gold. Birch Gold. They're the best.
9898. America.
989898. I got you with the Berquam. No, but what a great event. We're heading towards the wrap up. We're still not quite, we haven't seen the special guest. We're going to be seeing that. Erica's going to be coming out. It'll be interesting to see the intro for Erica. We were thinking that was going to be Trump introing her because Charlie introed her the first time. I actually think it probably has to be Charlie again.
I think it does too. I think it'll always be him.
It'll always be Charlie. And so he's next coming in, or she's next coming in, and then the special guest, and then we'll be wrapping up with Vance. And then the most important thing, you leave here, you don't come to these events. We used to have Republican events, the RNC, all these things would happen, and it would be kumbaya, and everyone goes home and does nothing. The point of AmFest, the point of Turning Point Action in particular, is you take what you learn. Yeah, you come and you kumbaya. It's a big family reunion of sorts, a political family reunion. But then you take that information, you get plugged in to an organization, and then you act when you get home. That's what 2026 is to me.
Well, action. And that's, I think, we've talked about this throughout these past 3 days. We've talked about this a lot, but it's the talk and not the action that follows it. And it's the lack of action from our political leaders, from our legislators, that people are so frustrated with. And so I just truly hope that all the young individuals, all the Gen Z, the older folk, everybody that is here, take this home. Talk about it at Christmas. Talk about it at the tables that you're sitting at. Action, action, action. That's how we're going to win the midterms. That's how we're going to win in 2028. It's the only thing we have.
Well, and Turning Point did such a great job. The way we won in the last election, 2024, was Turning Point did what most political strategists say don't do. You go after the low propensity voters. And this has been my argument from the beginning. We already have the high propensity voters. Why do you need to go after people that vote in every election? Go after the ones that are registered that don't vote. Go get those people. And that's what Turning Point has done such a great job at. This is number one. If you're watching this and you believe what we believe, and you're not registered to vote, that's number one. You better get registered to vote. You better vote. Or if you are registered to vote and you just haven't voted, you have, these are things you have to prioritize.
One of the things that would frustrate, I think, Charlie a lot, we heard him talk about it a lot, is when people say, oh, I'm just going to stay out of politics. I'm just going to stay out of it. Well, guess what? You're staying out of it, but it is sneaking into your life in every single aspect. Politics determines your life. So if you are not involved, if you do not have an opinion, if you are not speaking about it, politics will come into your life and it will hurt you if you don't get yourself involved.
Look, my motto is always, people say, oh, I don't care about politics. Well, then you don't care about yourself. You don't care about your family. You don't care about your life, your community.
And look at you, Ben. You do it for your kids. Think about the life, the world you want your children to live in.
Everything that matters to you in your life is in some way connected to political decisions. And so if you don't care about politics, you may as well just go into a cave and shrivel up and just count the rest of your days. Everything, especially now, it used to be politics. Maybe in the past you could get away with that. When the government was actually doing what it was supposed to do and basically staying out of your lives, our founders really created it that way. It was a system of government that gave limited power to our politicians and to the government that we granted as the sovereigns of the nation. We said, we are your bosses. We're going to send you there with this limited power to do these limited certain things to protect our Constitution and protect our rights. It's become this behemoth that is so out of control that you have to be involved. And ultimately, I think the only way that this republic stands into the future, we're 250 years in, the only way it stands is if we decrease the size of government. We decrease, in particular, the federal government, the state government, and get back to more local control. The problem is, once you give that power, it's very hard to take it back.
I was speaking to a family member last night, and I was speaking to her, and I was like, I'm scared that one day there will be lines of people outside of warehouses waiting to get food. and waiting to get closed because the government it controls every aspect of our life.
Yeah. Well, hey, if you vote for communism, that's definitely what you're going to get.
That is what you're going to get.
All the democratic socialist lunatics out there, that's definitely what you're going to get. But on a positive note, if you want to support not injustice, but justice, and thank God for the J6ers being released, if you want to if you have not heard this song, we're going to play this again. It's Anthem of the Free. And while we do that, click the QR code, download the song. And if you have any questions, text J6PC to 75802. And again, if anything changes on stage, we'll cut into it. We'll be right back.
My name is Shane Jenkins, Enrique Tarrio, Robert Morse, Daniel Caldwell.
My name's Mickey.
My name's Pete Schwartz, Barry Ramey, Ryan Nichols,
Deborah Mamone, Olivia Pollock,
John Nassif, Jordan Mink, George White Wolf Riley, Robert Gieswein, Kyle Fitzsimons,
Adrienne Southern,
Andrew Taki,
Jessica Watkins,
Timothy Hale, John McHugh, Billy Crespin.
This anthem means a lot to me because it's what held us together.
Against the odds, our faith that our days of this nation will be renewed is still there.
We've formed bonds that can never be broken.
I, along with my brothers and sisters, weather the storm.
We will never stop fighting for this country.
And my friends and my brothers that also helped me through this tough time.
Because we are what makes this country the greatest country on this planet.
And this moment and this anthem is living proof.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Hey, freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive. Hey, rest in peace, Corey, all the fires that you fight. To the cops and military that been fighting day and night, so we could have liberty and our God-given rights. To all the mothers and fathers that's just trying to protect their child. Hey, freedom worth dying for, dreams worth fighting for. God got us, I promise, that's the reason I smile. Protesting with our voice and our presence and our words. We ain't killing people for disagreeing, man, that's absurd. We ain't burning down cities cause we pray to the Lord.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Hey, stop killing people that just want to debate. When we protesting, you ain't see no guns and no flames. We don't have to agree, we ain't gotta think the same. Country built on conservative values, let's reclaim it. It's not about hate, we just wanna feel heard. We standing for the truth, not just following the herd. You can love your country and still call out its flaws. You can back the Constitution and still question the laws. We don't wanna be killed just for speaking our voice. God coming soon, man, so it's time to rejoice. Let the ballots be counted, let the questions be asked. Let the people decide, don't just bury the past. And don't let evil get you down, cause God will at last.
For all the people who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Another person that I have to thank is Donald J. Trump. Our brotherhood that we built and the country we believed in, and especially our president, we never would have made it out.
Blessed by God, pardoned by Trump.
Thank you, Donald Trump, for pardoning us and giving us a second chance on life.
President Trump for pardoning me.
For saving my soul, and Donald Trump for giving me the pardon.
I want to thank Donald Trump for pardoning us, and is the only reason that we're here today, all together, free, with smiles on our faces.
Our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice. We are here at Americafest, and how amazing is that song, Ben?
So great. Yeah, and we're number 1 on iTunes. We got to keep it number 1 again.
Keep downloading it.
Text J6PC to 75802 or click the link on the screen. Get it number 1 and show the music industry that MAGA is ascendant.
Yeah, and we'll be right back here after a break, so stay right here.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
From Phoenix, Arizona, this is Americafest. Turning Point USA brings you the voices shaping the future of this nation as we honor the legacy of Charlie Kirk and ignite the next generation of American leadership. Featuring Vice President J.D. Vance, Erica Kirk, and RAB's very own Steve Bannon and Jack Posobiec. This is where faith, freedom, and the America First movement collide. Americafest starts now.
All right, we are still on pins and needles waiting for the intro for Erica Kirk and the special guest. Again, wrapping it up with VP Vance. It's going to be an amazing day. To wrap it up, all of these events, they're awesome and exhausting at the same time. If you haven't been a part of them, you got to come. By the way, the crazy thing about this was I was wondering how this was going to turn out. I knew it was going to be big either way as Turning Point continued to grow. And then after the assassination, I knew it was going to be big. But to have the attendance that we had, 80% of the attendees first-timers, it just tells you that outside of people intentionally causing division, Turning Point's doing some really great things.
They are, and I think this was really needed for our movement with the divide that we're seeing, the internal divide. And so I think a lot of good is going to come out of people leaving this and that revival that we're feeling here. But I do see that we have an interview we want to show.
Yeah, so Chloe Cole, you talk about why we're fighting and doing the fight that we are. You know, this next generation. And I think this is what woke a lot of people up, was when we talk about transgenderism and this insanity. We were talking about feminism yesterday, where now you've got dudes in women's sports or in women's locker rooms. I mean, and the insanity, you look at him, it's like, there is a dude here. It's clearly a guy. Wait a second. We were going to throw to Chloe Cole, but it looks like...
Are we heading to the main stage?
Looks like we're going to the main stage.
Okay, let's see who this guest is. Let's take a look.
The first female rapper to perform at the Super Bowl, Forbes certified. Icon is the word.
A rap star who has gained so much notoriety for speaking out to defend Christians in Nigeria, thanking the president for standing up for that issue.
Protecting Christians in Nigeria is not about taking sides. This is about standing up in the face of injustice.
The American Music Award goes to...
Your winner is...
The winner is...
She's not only one of the all-time great female rappers, one of the all-time great rappers in
gentlemen, train number one worldwide.
Nicki Minaj!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nicki Minaj.
So those of you who know, Charlie was very good about having a surprise for every AmFest. And we are so blessed to have you. We are so grateful. I mean...
Thank you. I'm honored to be here. I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Love you guys. So we're just going to dive right into this. You had some fun words for Governor Newsom. I have to read these tweets because they're amazing and they are so funny. Okay, first one, we'll do this one. Unless you want to read it in your own voice. I think it'd be really great. Okay.
Oh, Gabby Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind. It'll make you happier than this race that you will not win. Enjoy life. Peace.
Okay. One more.
Why not? Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav, the Gav nots. Gav not in, Gav out. Send in the next guy, I'm bored.
So I'm just going to let you riff. Like, I want you to say whatever you want to say to Mr. Newsom.
Dear Newscum, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly. That's what I would say to Gabby Poo.
So with regard to the current administration, what has been maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it. But you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny. Until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on, you'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies. And that's not, and it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not. Don't you guys agree? They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
So why now have you been involved with speaking about politics? What was kind of the turning point for you? Yeah.
What was the turning point? Well, I just got tired of being pushed around. Yeah. Sometimes you just get tired of it, and then you realize, wait a minute, I have something inside of me that's stronger than what's out there. That's right. So when you've had enough, you realize, wait a minute, why do I even care about these people and what they think? Who are they? They don't even know who they are. So I'm not going to back down anymore. I'm not going to back down ever again.
Amen. Can the students in the room raise your hand? Wow. This question is for you guys. So you guys are very courageous and bold on your campus. Nicki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people no longer are using their minds, their brains. So right now, just imagine we're not allowed to have a different opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore. We're not, this is not what the world used to feel like. And especially for the young people, I don't want them growing up in a world where they feel like that. They deserve for their voices to be heard. They have valid feelings and they're thinking about things, and it deserves attention. You know, we should listen to what they're saying. And if you're growing up in a world that tells you it's taboo to say something that the masses don't agree with, that's not okay. And we're not going to have it. And I love this. You know, it's giving the younger people confidence that they will need later on in life. You guys will need it, and you will have it. So I'm rooting for you.
Amen. Amen. Again, Charlie would always say, it really does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice. It takes a decision. And I want to say again, thank you for coming and being courageous and being able to share your heart with us. And the reason why that also holds true sentiment-wise is because I know that you are getting a lot of backlash from your own industry. What is your reaction to that?
I didn't notice.
Amen. I feel the same way. When people are like, what do you think about them? I'm like, I don't think about them.
Bingo. We don't even think about them.
We don't have time to. We're too busy building, right?
Yeah, we're the cool kids.
Okay.
The other people, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves. They are angry with themselves, you guys. So you can't wake up and think about somebody who is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them, stay mad.
Amen.
Stay mad. Because we're going to stay joyful and peaceful and iconic and smart, and we're going to stay thinkers. In a world that doesn't want us to think, we will think. By ourselves, on our own, we will continue to think.
This is something I know that's really important to you and on your heart. And I personally want to know what inspired you to speak out for the Christians that are being slaughtered in Nigeria.
Well, and that brings me back to our great president and this administration and our great country. That we take for granted that there right now in this world are people who cannot worship God as they please, where they please. We take it for granted because we have it. We can't even imagine not having that right. But every time we pray and fellowship, we have to remember the people that are right now in this world hiding to pray and fellowship. And we have to pray for them. And first of all, Nigeria is a place I've always loved. Someone very dear to me, my pastor, is Nigerian. I have lots of Nigerian barbs. And so hearing that people are being kidnapped, and while they're in church, people are being kidnapped, people are being killed, brutalized, all because of their religion. And that should spark outrage in the great America. And that's what it did. And again, we're not backing down anymore. We are not going to be silenced by the bullies anymore, okay? Know that. Hear that. Receive that, bullies. We won't be silenced ever again. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world. Amen.
Amen. I don't know if you can see this at home, but she's getting a ton of standing ovations.
I love you guys so much. Thank you guys.
So going along that thread, can you tell us about your relationship with God? Because I think a lot of us want to hear.
Sure. Well, my relationship with God started, when I was a toddler in Trinidad. My grandmother, if things got spicy in the house. Like if the kids and grandkids were arguing or fighting, she would make all the little kids go in her room and make us say and say a prayer. So later on in my life, well, not much later, when I was like 10, 11, 12, I started going to church in New York. And it changed everything. It changed my life for the better, because I was going every week. I was hearing the word of God be preached. And then I was going home and I was applying it to my life. Even as a little girl, I learned how to pray very early. I always had this faith that made people think, the kind of faith that you think a person is crazy, like, oh, please, But I had that faith instinctively. Once I started hearing about God and, just getting more into the Bible, I got baptized when I was about, yep, amen. I got baptized when I was about 13. I got baptized. And I have just always applied those teachings to my life. I try to. And that's the thing. We're not perfect. We try. Sometimes I would wake up and feel so far removed from, not God, but from fellowship. I was like, oh my God, I used to go to church on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday every week, like literally 3 days out of the week. And then later on in your life, you become busy and you start thinking, oh, well, God is in my heart. And, but then sometimes you can be in an industry as well that pulls you away even more. So lately, I've been feeling like, if you haven't seen a long-lost best friend for a long time and then you bump into them again, that's how it's been feeling for me, like just going back to God and praying and talking to him. And, and he said to me, where were you? Where have you been? I've been waiting on you. And since that moment that God had that conversation with me, I've been in such a better space. Because now it's just, I'm thinking about, is God pleased with this? Not if the bullies and uglies are pleased. But if God is pleased. And when you have that personal relationship with God, guess what? Even in school, he's there. Wherever you are and whenever you need it, you have something that you can tap into immediately. It's immediate. You don't have to leave a message. He's not going to call you back. He's there immediately. As soon as you call on him, on the first ring, he's going to answer. And I want you guys to remember that. You're young. And first of all, I want to say, I'm proud of you guys. This is a major... To be so young, for you guys that are in college, to be so young and to care this much, this early in your life, it tells us how smart you are, and it tells us that there's hope for our future. So God bless you. Congratulations, you guys. You're amazing. Congratulations. You guys are amazing, okay? Know it. Feel it. Yes. Yes. Proudly. Be it proudly. Be who you are proudly.
Amen.
Yes.
So what have you, you're an amazing mother.
Thank you.
What have you seen that has been a struggle for young women today? And then also, since both of us have little boys, I would love for you to also talk about the male side of that question as well.
Okay, well, Something that I've noticed recently is that for little girls, I think that no matter how you look, we should be trying to instill into them to be proud of how they look. Recently, in the media, it's almost been like a push to, it's not just making young black children feel proud of themselves, but it's almost like doing that and at the same time telling other children not to be proud of themselves. And I don't want any child feeling that way. If as black women, we felt that we were not being represented and not being admired for our beauty, if we felt like that as black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Amen. Why would we now need to make other people downplay their beauty so that we can feel, no, that's not how it works. I don't need someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my beauty. Do you understand? It doesn't bother me that a woman feels and says that she's beautiful. Amen. Why shouldn't she feel that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain kinds of people have to be afraid of loving themselves and loving the way they look? Mm-hmm. Like, isn't that wild? Yeah. And so for little girls, I don't want what was done to little black girls done to little white girls. I don't want it done to any girls. I want all the little girls in the world to know that you are unique. You are beautiful. You are you. And you can compliment another girl. You can compliment another woman and still know that you are epic and amazing. So that's what I would say for the girls. And I know I know my adults understand clearly where I'm going with that, where I'm getting, I don't like that. I don't like people making other people feel badly about themselves in any way. We need to nurture young girls. Yes, whether they are black, white, Asian, Hispanic, they still need to be nurtured. They cannot continue to pay for other people's sins. They haven't done anything wrong.
Amen. And what do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes. See, dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president. And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you. I love you. You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord. And words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. And I will not judge that.
Sister. Thank you. For boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. There's nothing wrong with being a boy.
Amen.
How about that?
Amen.
How powerful is that? How profound is that?
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. that's what I want to say.
What's something the media and the world in general misunderstands about you?
Oh, I think people think maybe that I'm mean, or, maybe when you have a strong presence as a woman, it's easy to just box you into one box, like one category of mean or, other words.
They want to put you in a box to be able to label you what they want you to be, but you're so much more than that.
Because you intimidate them, and they want to find something. And if they can't find something, they'll make something up.
They will.
And so they'll put a label on you. But, it doesn't, what people misunderstand about me now, I don't care about it. I really don't. In fact, I love that they misunderstand me now.
I do too, because it shows that you're not a part of this world. Someone once told me, do not be surprised when the world acts like the world. And I held on to that so much, because even being in this role now, they're trying to figure me out. Okay, enjoy. I am who I am. There's nothing to hide. And I know you feel the same way when people misunderstand you, and you're like, okay, well, I have an audience of one. Well, now I have an audience of two, but I have an audience in heaven, and I know the Lord knows me, Lord knows you, and he put everything in you to be able to make a difference in this world. Likewise to all of you students and everyone else here. And to go into that further, I know that and I'll end on this, I know that a lot of you guys have been hearing about, we are doing this for Charlie, and we're doing this for his legacy, but we're also doing it because each and every one of you guys have a legacy. And I want you guys, when you leave this conference, to take something with you. And when it gets tough out there, I want you to hold with you a word. It could be anything. For me, it's Charlie. But for you guys, it could be, I don't know, refocus, family, children, future, something. Hold that word in your heart, so that when you go back out into the world and you have someone screaming in your face, someone spitting in your face, someone flipping your table on campus, someone making fun of you because you're a conservative, someone making fun of you because you love the Lord, say that word to yourself out loud or internally, to refocus your brain and your heart and your soul, to know that you're about something so much bigger and greater. The legacy with Turning Point USA, yes, but also for yourself. And so, Nicki, I want to ask you in closing, what is something that you want to leave as a legacy in this world for your family, for your baby, for just everything?
Well, that it's okay to change your mind. Yeah. It's okay to change your mind. You don't have to, sometimes there's a lot of things projected onto you when you change your own mind. They project fear, shame, onto people who don't think and do as they think and do. But I've traveled the world. I've performed for huge crowds all around the world. And no matter how many songs I do on that stage, it didn't mean as much as this. Because this is a direct link for younger people. This is a direct link between young people and God. And there's been a lack of that. There's been a lack of that in our media, in our everyday conversations. people have been, interestingly enough, people have been Christians have been being persecuted right here in our country in different ways. So when we talk about Nigeria and other countries, know that prior administrations saw nothing wrong with that. And that's what was wrong with them. I truly feel that there are people out there who felt good about chastising Christians right here in our country. And it's kind of really, really sick. We can't let people like that be in power, you guys. That's the truth. I can sugarcoat it and laugh and kiki, but the truth is, I am here today to tell you guys that. We absolutely cannot let people who have a problem with us worshiping God, we cannot have them in power. We cannot have them in power. All you have to do is look at what is happening in other places in the world. Look at what is being done to Christians all around the world. And ask yourself why people in this country that were in positions of power felt so comfortable to try to take our voices from us. They were that afraid. They are that intimidated. They are that insecure. They are that small inside that hearing us and seeing us worship God irritated them. Our spirit irritates them because when we speak, they get shown up. When the truth walks in the room, the lies hide. They don't come out willingly. You gotta pry it out of them. They hide because they don't want you or anyone to know who they really are behind closed doors, because even they know how evil it is to try to deprive people of worshiping God.
Amen. We love you. Nicki Minaj.
Thank you, guys. My darling, thank you for having me.
So much. You're phenomenal.
Well, there you have it. The surprise guest, Nicki Minaj. Welcome back, guys. Turning Point AmFest 2025. We've got one more. We've got Vice President Vance coming out any time now. We'll be jumping to that. But, I would love to hear what you guys have to think about that or have to say about that. One of the things that I'm always cautious about is when you have people that have been one way for a long time and then they come over to your side. We experienced that with Kanye, and there was a little bit of a buyer's remorse. I pray for Nicki, and I'm thankful that she's joined us. But it's you kind of, I don't know. It's very interesting. So I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. Join us in the comments on Getter and on all the social media, Real America's Voice News. With all of that and with all the speakers. But great message. I mean, I love that, turning your life around. I went the wrong way for a while. I was an crack addict for a few years, and God turned my life around and set me back on the path that I'm on now. So thank God for redemption. And, that's what it's all about. And her message to young men and young women is just, it's what they need to hear. Look, don't be afraid. Stand up for what you believe in. Like my brother Terry Newsom out of Chicago, always standing for what he believes in. All of this, it's up to this next generation to do it. Actually, Terry, come up here real quick. Join me real quick up here. On the fly, guys. Terry Newsom of Behind Enemy Lines. As soon as Vice President Vance comes on stage, we'll be going straight to them. But Terry, talk to us. So the work you do in Chicago against ICE, you're out here now. You've been a part of Turning Point. When we met, you were fighting all the pornography in schools.
Yes.
This was even before they were doing transgender crap in schools.
Yes.
Talk to us about the journey you've been on, and then the direction we're heading, and what your prayer is for 2026.
Yeah, to Ben's point, I came here to say goodbye to you. So thanks for inviting me up here. About redemption, changing your life. I too myself, I'm an ex-offender from 35 years ago, and I feel this is a battle of good versus evil, right? We're fighting for the future of America. We're fighting for our kids' futures, using the things I learned from the past to give me a little bit more strength to confront the evil that we're facing now. And I think one of the biggest things that our shows need to do is get people off the couch, right? It's great to come here and watch and stuff, but you have to do something. You don't have to go confront the cartels. You don't have to have a podcast. You have to get off the couch, go to a school board meeting, or if you're scared to do that, help somebody. Stuff envelopes. You can't sit by, because we're in a war for America, and we're in a war for the future of our country, for our children. And if you don't help, we're going to lose this war. People don't even know we're in a war that we're losing badly. And we need some help. And don't use the excuse, I don't want to lose my job. I lost my job.
I love that point. Terry. You're going to have to hold it there, because it looks like we've got Erica back on stage, and I believe J.D. Vance is coming out shortly. Thank you.
Vice President J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance lives the American dream because he wants you guys to be able to live the American dream.
I grew up in Middletown, Ohio, a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did. I enlisted in the United States Marines. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next Vice President of the United States of America. For Charlie, we will speak the truth every single day. For Charlie, we will rebuild this United States of America to greatness. We will never cower, even when staring down the barrel of a gun. For Charlie, we will remember that it is better to stand on our feet defending the United States of America and defending the truth than it is to die on our knees. May our Heavenly Father give us the courage to live as Charlie lived. That is what we must do for Charlie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President J.D. Vance.
People
How's it going, Phoenix? It's so good to be here with you all on this amazing day to close out an amazing AmFest 2025. What an amazing crowd all of you are, and I have to admit, today solved one of the great insecurities that I had. Because as I've watched Nicki Minaj come out and declare her support for the truth, for courage, and for wisdom, I've had this little nagging voice in the back of my head wondering whether she thinks I look like the J.D. Vance meme. And it turns out, and I confirmed when she walked down the steps, Nicki Minaj actually knows what I really look like, and that is the best tribute that I could possibly imagine. I have to start off with a note of gratitude. Erica, I cannot thank you enough for your strength, your grace, and your kind words of support for this administration and for me personally. You lead an incredible movement at Turning Point, and I will fight alongside you and President Trump and every patriot in this room to defend the country that we so dearly love. And when I say that I'm going to fight alongside of you, I mean all of you, each and every one. President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless, self-defeating purity tests. He says, make America great again because every American is invited. We don't care if you're white or black, rich or poor, young or old, rural or urban, controversial or a little bit boring or somewhere in between. People of every faith come to our banner because they know that the America First movement will make their lives better, and they also know that the Democrats don't care about anything other than maybe transing their kids. So if you love America, if you want all of us to be richer, stronger, safer, and prouder, you have a home on this team. I didn't bring a list of conservatives to denounce or to deplatform, and I don't really care if some people out there, I'm sure we'll have the fake news media, denounce me after this speech. But let me just say, the best way to honor Charlie is that none of us here should be doing something after Charlie's death that he himself refused to do in life. He invited all of us here. Charlie invited all of us here for a reason, because he believed that each of us, all of us, had something worth saying, and he trusted all of you to make your own judgment. And we have far more important work to do than canceling each other. We have got to build, and President Donald Trump is a builder. We're building a better country right now, and you have a rightful place in the success of your nation and the success of this movement. And we build by adding, by growing, not by tearing down. Charlie Kirk was a great builder too. He understood that any family can have its disagreements, its tough conversations. We can learn and improve and treat one another better. We can love each other despite the disagreement. But winning demands teamwork. And I am honored to be on Turning Point's team. I'm honored to be on your team, and I will stay that way. There's still so much important work to do, my friends. We're barely a year into this administration, not even a year into the administration. But I'm so proud of the accomplishments of the president and the entire administration. In just a year, we ended Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's border crisis. December marks 7 months straight of zero releases at the southern border. More than 2.5 million illegal immigrants have left the United States, the first time in over 50 years that we have had negative net migration, and it's just the start. When you restore sanity at the border, it shows up everywhere else. Rent prices are dropping 4 months in a row, and more native-born Americans are working than ever before. Kamala Harris opened the border and destroyed the economy. The Trump administration gave you net negative migration and much more job creation. Real wages are finally growing. Inflation is half of what it was under Democrats. Gas prices are their lowest in years. And we have finally made it clear that in the United States, we believe in hard work and merit. Unlike the left, we stand against treating anybody, and I love what Nicki said about this. We don't treat anybody different because of their race or their sex. So we have relegated DEI to the dustbin of history, which is exactly where it belongs. In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore. And if you're an Asian, you don't have to talk around your skin color when you're applying for college, because we judge people based on who they are, not on ethnicity and things they can't control. We don't persecute you for being male, for being straight, for being gay, for being anything. The only thing that we demand is that you be a great American patriot, and if you're that, you are very much on our team. Just consider the contrast. Kamala Harris used the government to censor you. We're using, in the Trump administration, the government to protect your free speech, whether it's on college campuses or in the digital marketplace of ideas. Today, our military is welcoming patriots instead of firing them for refusing to accept an unlawful vaccine mandate. And to honor Charlie, but also to honor all of you, we're working to end the scourge of left-wing violence in the United States of America. We're going after the far-left crime networks, but we're also going after the monsters that fund them. We don't just want to go after the Antifa member who threw a brick at an ICE agent. We want to know who bought the brick, and we're going to prosecute them too. We're making America healthy again with our great HHS Secretary, Bobby Kennedy. We're bringing drug prices down and purging our food supply of the poison that had built up over a generation. But my friends, there is so much more to be done. And the people saying we need to be doing more, we need to be doing it faster, trust me, I hear you. Greatness awaits every single one of you in the America First movement we are building together, but we need your help to get there. Do you want more prosecutions? Great. So do we. Donald Trump and I have a list of better judges and prosecutors to enact swifter justice. So join us in the fight against the stupid Senate rules to stand in their way. Do you want faster deportations? So go to ice.gov/join, because we're building an army of patriots and we need good people who care about the country to help us secure the border and do it even faster. Do you want rents to keep dropping and wages to keep rising as they have over the last few months? Then mobilize with us. Don't hand power back to the people who tanked the economy in the first place. Join the America First movement, and you will always have a place on our great team. Next month will be the official one-year anniversary of the Trump administration, and I am damn proud of our record so far. Now, the Democrats are already talking about 2028, and it looks like they're going to nominate a California liberal who's presided over rolling blackouts, open borders, and unchecked violent gangs. They're just trying to settle on whether it's going to be Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris. And in the meantime, what are the Democrats offering you in the meantime? I got to say, ladies and gentlemen, they are not sending their best. Omar Fateh was Ilhan Omar's candidate for mayor of Mogadishu. Minneapolis. Little Freudian slip there. The candidate for Senate in Maine for the Democrats calls me a Nazi, which is rich coming from a guy who literally has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. And Jasmine Crockett. Oh, Jasmine Crockett. The record speaks for itself. She wants to be a senator, though her street girl persona is about as real as her nails. But ask yourself, what do all of these people have in common? And the unfortunate answer is they are puppets. They don't actually matter. They are cogs in a machine that wants to make you poorer, that wants to make you less powerful, and wants to make you less safe in the country your ancestors built. And while President Trump and I are doing everything we can to break that machine, the left is still there, my friends, and they are still very powerful. Don't delude yourselves. It's the activist groups who want to poison your kids with hormone replacement therapy and toxins in your water supply. It's the corporate boardrooms pushing diversity quotas while whining about the fact that Donald Trump won't let them ship American jobs overseas anymore, and boo-hoo to that. It's the rogue district judges who issued nationwide injunctions every time the president lifts a finger. It's the Soros DAs who cheered on as their cities burned. What unites them? They win when our country loses. They get rich when you get poorer. They hire the illegals that they bring in to take your jobs. They drink fine wine in the countries they ship your jobs to. They censor you because they'd rather destroy the Constitution than risk losing an argument. They bring in millions of voters because they know they can't win the argument with the people who are already here. And you know what else unites them? We are going to kick their ass next November and every year after that. the American dream is the idea that we're all, every single one of us, on the same team. We're all part of the same American family. If you want to destroy that, do what Democrats have done, not just for the last 5 years, but for the last 30 or 40. Make one race the enemy of another. Make one gender the enemy of the other. Make Americans suspect and despise each other instead of loving their shared country. When I think about some of the most impassioned debates happening in our country, the nature of citizenship, of what it means to be an American, it all speaks to an obvious truth. Americans are hungry for identity. We're hungry for belonging. We're hungry for a sense of our place in the world. And it's no surprise why. For many years, our fellow Americans have been dealing with a globalized economy that homogenized cultures and hollowed out our towns. Academics and activists pushing race and gender politics down everyone's throat 24/7. Big tech overlords using their internet platforms to censor stories that challenge the dominant far-left narrative in our country. More than any time I can recount, people are talking about American identity and figuring out what it is that unites us. But I want to say something here. The only thing that is truly served as an anchor of the United States of America is that we have been, and by the grace of God, we always will be, a Christian nation. Now, I want to be explicit because, of course, the fake news media will twist everything that I say. I'm not saying... Do you feel about them the same way I do? I'm not saying you have to be a Christian to be an American. I'm saying something simpler and truer. Christianity is America's creed. The shared moral language from the Revolution to the Civil War and beyond. Across that history, our country's major debates have always centered on how we could best as a people please God. That creed, think about it. That creed motivated our understanding of natural law and rights, our sense of duty to one's neighbor, the conviction that the strong must protect the weak, and the belief in individual conscience. Even our famously American idea of religious liberty is a Christian concept. Because we're all creatures of God, we must respect each individual's pathway to that God. But over the last 50 years, there has been a singular focus, a war that has been waged on Christians and Christianity in the United States of America. And let me say, of all the wars that Donald Trump has ended, that is the one we're proudest of. For decades, the left has labored to push Christianity out of national life. They've kicked it out of the schools, out of the workplace, out of the fundamental parts of the public square. Freedom of religion transformed into freedom from religion. And in a public square devoid of God, we got a vacuum. And the ideas that filled that void preyed on the very worst of human nature rather than uplifting it. They told us not that we were children of God, but children of this or that identity group. They replaced God's beautiful design for the family that men and women could rely on and turn to one another, with the idea that men could turn into women so long as they brought the right bunch of pills from Big Pharma. They had all the religious fervor of a zealous convert without any of the grace or forgiveness of a true Christian. Scripture tells us, by your fruits ye shall know them. And we might ask, what are the fruits of these people and their principles? And the answer is a man named Tyler Robinson who killed my friend. Think about it. He has everything that the far left want from our young men. He rejected the conservatism and the spirituality, the values of a small town family. He moved into a small apartment. He became addicted to porn. He became addicted to hate. And he ended up sleeping with somebody who doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman. That is the nightmare scenario, but that is the scenario that the left has actively advertised they want for American families. And the young men in the audience in particular. That is exactly why we have to fight them. Because the fruits of true Christianity are men like Charlie Kirk. The fruits of true Christianity are good husbands, patient fathers, builders of great things, and slayers of dragons. And yes, men who are willing to die for a principle if that's what God asks them to do. Because so many of us recognize that it is better to die a patriot than live a coward. I'm going to tell you something I haven't talked about publicly before, but in the days after Charlie's death, I struggled a great deal. I'm sure many of you did too. I remember watching every video of the assassination, looking for clues, trying to understand what happened. I'd try to hide my friend and that terrible bullet hitting him, but I would try to look around. I stayed up all night for many nights in a row, researching every conspiracy theory, going down every rabbit hole. When my lovely wife, Usha, told me to come to bed, I told her I owed it to Charlie to try to uncover every stone. And so that's what I tried to do. I remember I was consumed by this fear that Charlie's death wouldn't just deprive a family of their husband or of a good father, but that it would deny our movement of a great unifier of people and a great doer of great deeds. It's the only time I can remember my wife ever telling me that she was really worried about me. She told me it many times. But what saved me was not lying to myself, but accepting the reality of the fight that we're in. Charlie's death was an immense loss, an irreplaceable loss. We got kicked in the teeth, my friends, and there's no sugarcoating it or pretending that it didn't happen. We need to accept that. And what saved me was realizing that the story of the Christian faith, like the story of these United States of America, is one of immense loss followed by even bigger victory. It's a story. It's a story of very dark nights followed by very bright dawns. What saved me was remembering the inherent goodness of God and that His grace overflows when we least expect it. Not long ago, I spent time at a Christian men's ministry just a couple of weeks ago. And here's what they do. They take men who struggle with addiction or homelessness and they help them get back on their feet. They feed them, they clothe them, they give them shelter and financial advice. They live out the very best part of Christ's commission. Now, afterwards, I had lunch with 4 of these men. It was a couple of white guys, a Hispanic guy, and a black man. They had all struggled in their unique ways. Some had lost contact with their family, some of them for a very long time. Others were desperate to rebuild relationships with their kids so that they could see them on Christmas. But all of them were back on their feet. And what saved them? It wasn't racial commonality or grievance. It wasn't some philosophical jargon. It wasn't a DEI prep course, and it wasn't a welfare check. It was the fact that a carpenter died 2,000 years ago and changed the world in the process. If you go to almost any food pantry in this country, you will find Christians feeding the poor. If you go to addicts whose families won't even speak to them, like my mom was at a certain point of her life, it's often the Christian ministries that stay with them at their very lowest moments. You'll find Christians sitting patiently beside hospice beds and in recovery rooms and in all the places of the world where people have given up on other people. And this is the moral truth we strive to center in our work in the Trump administration and in this great movement of ours. A true Christian politics, it cannot just be about the protection of the unborn or the promotion of the family, as important as those things absolutely are. It must be at the heart of our full understanding of government. Why do we penalize corporations that ship American jobs overseas? Because we believe in the inherent dignity of human work and every person who works a good job in this country. Why have we worked without the help of Congress to restrict H-1B visas, for example? Because we believe it is wrong for companies to bypass American labor just to go for cheaper options in the third world. We help older Americans in retirement, including by ending taxes on Social Security, because we believe in honoring your father and mother rather than shipping all of their money off to Ukraine. We believe in taking care of the poor, which is why we have Medicaid, so that the least among us can afford their prescriptions or to take their kids to see a doctor. And it's why we are outraged at the injustice of Tim Walz allowing Somalian immigrants to defraud that program to the tune of billions of dollars. It ought to go to Americans, because that's who it's there for. Now, I want to close, my friends, but I have heard you. I know that some of you are impatient at the pace of progress, and my response to that is good. Be impatient. Use that desire for justice for your country as fuel to get involved in this movement in a bigger and better and more powerful way. I know some of you are discouraged by the infighting over any number of issues. Don't be discouraged. Wouldn't you rather lead a movement of free thinkers who sometimes disagree than a bunch of drones who take their orders from George Soros? And I know many of you miss our dear friend Charlie Kirk. So do I. I miss his optimism. I miss his energy. I miss the phone calls where we'd strategize about how to get this or that GOP congressman to get off their ass and do something. But most of all, I miss Charlie's wisdom. I miss his reminder that politics is not a dress rehearsal or a game. We are making decisions that will save our country and give the American people a shot at their dreams again. If you miss Charlie Kirk, do you promise to fight what he died for? Do you promise to take the country back from the people who took his life? Do you promise to help defeat the radicals who cheered his death? Do you promise to honor his memory by having faith in the God he loved? My friends, commit to these things, and I promise you victory. I promise you closed borders and safe communities. I promise you good jobs and a dignified life. Only God can promise you salvation in heaven, but together we can fulfill the promise of the greatest nation in the history of the earth. Merry Christmas, my friends. Let's keep fighting.
Well, back here in Turning Point's AmFest 2025, wow.
Yeah, that's all we can say there.
Yeah.
What an ending.
What an ending.
We're going to be talking about that tomorrow. I mean,
no, we're going to be talking about this for the rest of the month.
I'm watching it now. Okay.
We know what's the topic of conversation at the dinner table on Christmas now. I mean, come on.
Libs are going to go crazy.
It's 2026, baby.
No, but overall, I think it was just a truly remarkable week, remarkable day.
It was. And I think to close out, Ben, with J.D. Vance, the vice president, is just a testament to Charlie's legacy. My understanding is that it was Charlie that introduced J.D. to Donald Trump and really pushed for him. And, of course, Don Jr. also pushed him as well. I think Donald Trump chose the right vice president. I think if we really look to this next generation, I have already looked up to him. I think a lot of people are looking up to him. It's his candid, frank speech. I believe it's his deep connection to his faith. I think the second lady is elegant and also will probably make an excellent first lady as well. I just see the passing of the torch.
Yeah, I look at the tricky thing is we've never had somebody like President Trump who can compete with the media and compete with all of the arrows that are launched at him and take them and continue fighting. And I look at from now on, that's the way Democrats are going to fight this. And so to think who can step into that position, and also do it with charisma. And I look at JD, there's a lot that I love about him, but from a style standpoint, they're different. But I think it's yet to be seen. I think some of that, he doesn't have the same tenor that President Trump has, but maybe that's what we need too. And so you're right. I mean, he's definitely the guy if he wants it, if he can step into that. And he is. He's very articulate. He's the man of the people. He's down to earth. He's been through so much. He gets it. He's a veteran and all these great things. He's a great guy. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But we also, you look at our bench compared to the left. They're just a bunch of lunatics. They're lunatics. I mean, AOC. Think about it. That's your front runner.
Yeah, she wants to debate JD so bad.
I can't wait for that. So either way, look, the nice thing about American democracy, representative republic, is we get to decide. It's we the people, and we're going to go through that. We're heading into primary season right now. March kicks off the primary elections going into 2026. I mean, shoot, we're back in it, and that's to me, even before we start looking at 2028, we've got to stay hyper focused on 2026. Because if we don't, you heard Sheriff Lamb earlier say, we've got to codify these things into law. We've got the executive orders. But if we don't codify what President Trump is doing into law, 2026 could undo it all. And we're going to have 2 years of impeachment and all the same garbage we saw with Nancy Pelosi, the first term of President Trump. So I'd say before we get, the cart before the horse, or, whatever analogy you want to use, everybody, before we get to 2028, we got to focus on 2026.
You're 100% right, Ben. And I think what's a little worrisome is you have Zoran Mamdani, being elected in New York, you had some of the special elections not go the Republicans' way. If you don't laser focus on those midterms, then you're missing the point. I think we've got to focus on those because you could lose the House. You could lose control, and that would be a really, really bad thing. So how do you feel about the midterms right now? I mean, I feel a bit unsteady, honestly. I think we've got some good candidates, but it could go either way.
Yeah, look, to be frank, I'm very concerned. I mean, based on what you said, Mondami, all these races, and just historically.
The mayor of Miami, 30 years now as a Democrat. It's not looking good.
And historically, you typically, if you win the presidency, the midterms typically go to the other party. And so that there's a lot lined up to make it difficult, but that's why it's all up to us. It's up to we, the people. It's up to you. And so the only way we win is if we show up and we start mobilizing now. So if you're out there watching, if you're an audience member, you're part of the RAV family, you're out there watching, all I can say is get started now, do something. If you're not involved, if you're not volunteering, if you're not with your Republican Party or your Republican Assembly group, or you're making phone calls or phone banking, find somebody you can get behind, find one of these pivotal races and pivotal states for the House or the Senate and get behind it, because that's how we win these things. And Turning Point, their action team is the blueprint of how to do that, door to door, community by community.
But I think how JD is in the midterms and in this next year, I think it's going to be really important for that race in 2028. I think the biggest thing we saw these past couple days was Erica Kirk basically endorsing JD Vance for president in 2028. And so to see how he takes going out, in the midterms and advocating and trying to help Donald Trump get these candidates elected, I think that's really going to set the tone for the race in 2028.
It has been hard to think about the fact that here we are and Donald Trump's second term has just started, but it is the end of his term. This is the last term he will serve.
Well,
that's a whole other discussion.
Not if Steve Bannon has it.
That's right.
So the interest. Okay. I know it may be dumb to do it, but the question. So you can't be elected for a third term, right?
Correct.
But if he's vice president, this is the argument. So if JD runs and doesn't announce who his vice president is, because they don't have to announce until after they're elected, and then chooses Trump could be the vice president. I don't think that'll ever happen.
That's really possible.
Theoretically, I believe it's constitutionally possible. But I would just like to say it to make the left their heads explode. So, it may happen. So to all the left out there, I still wear my Trump 2028 hat just for fun.
Well, I think the bottom line is it's going to make their heads explode no matter what, because you have such an able candidate in J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's Gavin Newsom running against him. It doesn't matter if it's AOC. I don't care if it's Gretchen Whitmer. I don't care who it is. And I do think Greasy Gavin will probably try his best. I really don't think they stand a chance. And if you look at some of the comments from a person like Nicki Minaj, let's just use her as an example, saying, I'm Team J.D., not Team Gavin. You're going to base your entire career off of trans kids? Are you kidding me? And she's right to say that.
Yeah.
So when you have someone from pop culture saying that about the vice president, saying, I'm on his side, we may be seeing a cultural paradigm shift in a lot of ways.
And there's a lot that we don't know yet. And you look at where we're heading into, with the tariffs and a lot of this, the big, beautiful bill, the funding coming into that over these next few months. We're in a tough spot right now with all the attacks you see against ICE and Border Patrol doing their job to remove the illegals that Joe Biden let in. But I think we're going to finally start seeing some of the good that the policies that President Trump has already put into place start to come in. If we see inflation continue to drop, if we see unemployment continue to drop, if we see wages continue to rise, and we see the economy increase, there's a lot we don't know that we're going to be heading into. And again, some of that pop culture, some of these people that are coming around that are realizing how bad the left has become. I just pray for all that. I pray for, the things that are coming that we can't see. God knows, that they continue, and we, save this nation.
As we close out our time here at Turning Point, I want to mention, of course, our contest, and make sure you text J6PC to 75802. We're going to give one lucky winner this unbelievable signed poster by Steve Bannon, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws that you see right here. It's beautiful. There's over 800 entries so far. There's probably about 1,000 now. But all you got to do is text what I just said, J6PC to 75802, or there's also a QR code that we have as well. That's how you can enter the contest. This will be given away on January 5th, right before the anniversary of January 6th. And that is because of you guys, because you took Anthem of the Free up to number 1 on iTunes. And I think that's an amazing feat. I think it just shows how much support we have in the Rav family. And Ben and Benny, just as we close out our time here, I think it's important for us, or I'd like to at least put a bookmark on this in terms of Charlie's legacy, what it's meant having this first Americafest without him, but what maybe it's personally meant to you.
I think one of the pastors last night said it best. All of our days are limited, and we just need to remember that we have to maximize each one of them. Charlie did that. Now it's our turn to continue that.
Benny?
I think same. And just getting to hear these past few days from the beginning of his time to the end, and how his legacy is truly cemented into history. There's no removing that. I think this is just the beginning, and we have to continue to go forward. But like we've talked about over these past days, it'll never be the same.
Yeah.
But we're going to do it, and we're going to fight for what he fought for, and we're going to keep going.
Well, I would say, just from my perspective, be bold, be vigilant, be faithful, be courageous, be a child of God. Love your neighbors, love your family. Spend some time at home these next few days over Christmas thinking about the reason for the season that our Savior Jesus Christ.
Thank you so much for watching these past few days and hanging out with us and just watching these amazing speakers.
That's all for us here in Phoenix. Live Turning Point. Yeah, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. See you soon.
Turning Point USA brings you the voices shaping the future of this nation as we honor the legacy of Charlie Kirk and ignite the next generation of American leadership. This is where faith, freedom, and the America First movement collide. Americafest on Real America's Voice. We now join our programming already in
thing that they could be more proud of seeing your child have a dream and not being, so many people told me no along the way. I've had professors, I had all sorts of people who said, that is not a good career choice. You are smart. Go the route of an anesthesiologist, other things. And I thought, you know what? I've never taken the easy way. This is what I love. This is my passion. I'm going to make it work and nobody's going to stop me. And I'm just thankful it worked out because I didn't have a plan B.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Melissa Bachmann. She is the queen of the American dream. You pursue your dreams, you pursue your passions, you make risks and sacrifices, and you prioritize. What we end up putting on TV, Shemaine and I have done the Spirit of the Wild now for 37 years. We started on public television before there was outdoor networks, and we overcame the bias against hunting on public television by killing hogs and showing where a liver came from and how you add onions to it. And it was real controversial in that hippie type world. And we've received a lot of threats because we murder innocent animals, but we know what we do is perfect conservation. It's essential. It's morally obligatory to balance the herds, because if you don't, then they become a liability. They go through the windshield of your Aunt Edna's Buick. They destroy crops. The disease spreads. So we all know this to be true, and more people have woke up to it because of Melissa Bachmann, because people will watch you, because you're fun to watch, you're great to look at, and you sound believable and sincere and genuine. But there was a time where Shemaine and I, and even today, because I have such a big mouth, that people threatened to kill us. Have you encountered that too? And what did you do to counter that?
Yeah, I've had a lot of trouble over the years. In fact, it got so bad that people were coming to my home. I was getting packages sent in the mail. I was getting death threats on a daily basis. And it's scary. It really is, especially when you've worked so hard to make your dream come true. And I don't want to impose on anybody's life. I'm not trying to tell anybody how to live. And all of a sudden, I had just floods of people, all thanks to Ricky Gervais, Steve Carell, some people that really got after me and blew it up. And, it was really unfortunate. And it kind of blindsided me because I thought, why would people be so hateful? You can't tell me all these people are vegans. They eat meat. How do they not understand? I would even get letters from schools where kids were writing to me to tell me what a terrible person I am. And what I believe is I have found that when you are getting close and when you are making a difference, that's when people get the most mad. So what I thought is, you know what, this is almost a sign I'm doing well. I'm a woman out there. I'm getting families involved. They don't know what else to do than to attack you. So I almost looked at it as a badge of honor. Well, you're not going to get me. I can see you coming from about 6 miles away where I live. Probably not a good idea to come here. But what's important is I can help people understand and get that through and get families. There's a huge organic food push. Guess what? This is the most organic food you will ever find, and it's so rewarding. And I just hope that that message can get out there. And when I see them attack like that, I think we're getting close. And it also reminds me, I woke up this morning, I was thrilled. I have a wonderful life, get to go hunting. They woke up very mad and very bitter, and I'm glad I'm where I'm at, and they can be right where they're at.
Melissa, you nailed it. Thank you for joining. I'd like to have you again on because you are brilliant at what you do. We love you. Melissa Bachmann, Winchester's Deadly Passion on the Sportsman Channel. Merry Christmas, everybody. Good hunting forever, Melissa.
Long-haired country boy alone, and I start singing along to that line in the song.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group. Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed 401ks forever by initiating the process that will allow gold into 401ks. But here's even better news. You don't need to wait for your 401k provider. You can use this strategy today. With a self-directed gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, you can convert your IRA or 401k into an account with all the same tax benefits, but you own something that will be there when you need it. To find out more, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Inside, they will show you exactly how to diversify your IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Do it now before the rest of America jumps in. Click below for your free info kit.
Charlie may be gone, but his legacy lives on. It's up to us to continue the fight for the heart and soul of America in his stead. Turning Point PAC is 100% committed to Charlie's big picture vision to build the Red Wall. Starting in Arizona, New Hampshire, and Nevada, 3 battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. Will you help us carry the torch for Charlie? Your gift helps us deploy door knockers, chase ballots, and ramp up our grassroots efforts for the fight ahead. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Welcome to Wayne Allyn Root Show.
Good to see you again, man. How's everything going in Viva Las Vegas?
He loves Israel. He loves our country.
I'm always ready to fight, Gary. Always ready to fight.
One of the most popular hosts.
You are my Superman. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's got radio. He's got television. He's got a beautiful wife.
We are under invasion at the border.
This is the kind of thing he talks about because he's about common sense.
Make faith and belief in country cool again. You are truly a breath of fresh air. Your fans love you.
Thank you very much. And they love you too. And for good reason, because you have a spirit and you get it at the same time. You're both angry, but a happy warrior nevertheless. Wayne Allyn Root.
I salute you.
Where's Wayne? Where is Wayne Allyn Root? Where the hell is he?
All right. The root is on fire. I'm Wayne Allyn Root, your Secretary of War. You've heard of the mainstream media. Welcome to the Mainstream Media. I'm the loudest MAGA mouth in the USA, maybe in the world. Coming to you from Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world, my hometown. I'm the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz, with the fastest show in the history of TV. This show is conservative, patriotic talk on steroids. Reminder, my command central, root for America.com. At the top 4 tabs, watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's podcast, watch Wayne's daily podcast. Click on any one of them and you're live, or you get links to all the places to watch or listen to me every day, or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows if you missed them. It's easy, it's simple. I put it all in one place. My command central, root for America.com. My email, wayneroot@gmail.com. Email me anytime. Love to hear from you. Love to hear what you think of this show. wayneroot@gmail.com. I don't answer everyone, but I listen, or I should say I read every single one. Listen to what you have to say, and I try and answer as many as I can. I hope you're watching my daily video podcast. It's called War Zone, and it's the official podcast of thegatewaypundit.com, reaching their 2.5 million unique daily readers with over 1 billion page views for the second year in a row at thegatewaypundit.com. You go there at every single day at 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Pacific, Monday through Friday. And right at the top, you see War Zone. You click on it, you are on. You could also watch my show at Rumble. All you do is type in Wayne Root or Wayne Allen Root or War Zone, or at Patriot TV. You go to patriot.tv. All of them at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Pacific, Monday through Friday. Now to my big day, and this is perfectly fitting because this is my Christmas show, right? I will have a Christmas show. Technically, next weekend is Christmas weekend, but this show will be the last one that airs before the actual day of Christmas, next Thursday. So in keeping with that, here's a little Christmas story for you. This past Monday, my wife Cindy and I attended the White House Christmas party, and I want to share a few photos, but first, I got to play a video. President Trump was introducing his cabinet to the audience, and a very few important political players in America, when suddenly, to my surprise, he introduced me to the crowd at the White House. Let's watch.
Wayne Allen Root, he's from Las Vegas. He's a real power in terms of the media, and he's never spent a bad day criticizing me. He's good for how old you are, Wayne. Nice to see you. Wayne got a good location, huh? we love the guy. From day one, you've been with me, Wayne. I appreciate it. Won't forget it.
Gotta love that. A power in the media. We love the guy. And I'm never going to forget what you did for me. Thank you, President Trump. All right, we got to show a few photos now. So let's put them up on the screen. There we go. Little photos of our trip. My wife and I headed into the White House in the first photo. And then, well, same thing, right outside the White House. Here's us with that photo of Trump, that famous mugshot of President Trump inside the White House. That portrait's been made. Here is myself and my wife with Don Trump Jr. We had a chance to spend some time with him and his new fiancée. He's getting married again. He announced it at the party. There's me in front of that famous shot. Fight, fight, fight. That's hanging in the White House now. It's replaced some of the portraits of presidents. The three amigos, Wayne Allen Root, along with former governor of Illinois, Rod Blagojevich, I call him Blago, and of course, Dr. Oz, my buddy. Dr. Oz in charge of Medicaid and Medicare in the United States. Dr. Oz, very smart man. He didn't want to take a selfie with just me. He only wanted to take one with my wife, Cindy. Smart guy, good eye for talent. Good job. There's me with the director of the FBI of the United States of America, my buddy Kash Patel from Las Vegas with his country music gal friend, and my wife Cindy. Me with my great friend Roger Stone, one of the finest dressers in the world, maybe the finest dresser in the world. Great comedian Terrence Williams, one of the few black conservative comedians in America, very funny guy. There is me coming up next with Laura Loomer. One of the great political commentators in America, with, I think, 2 million people that live and die on our every word on Twitter, or now known as X. Laura doing a great job. And there is me in front of the spot where President Trump is going to come down the stairs and greet the crowd. And just a couple more photos, me and Cindy right there in front of the band. It's the United States Marine Corps Band. And this is the money shot, as they say. This is the shot that you put on your Christmas card that shows we were at the White House of the United States. Just a beautiful, beautiful spot in the White House designed by Melania great Christmas decorations, and as we say goodbye, there we were outside, our final photo outside the White House. It was a great, great time had by all. All right, time for my opening commentary. It's titled, President Trump Savages and Humiliates Obama Under His Portrait in the Presidential Wall of Fame, but Trump was just a little too nice. Here are some added nasty truths about Obama. President Trump created bios under the photos of 47 U.S. presidents in the Presidential Wall of Fame near the Rose Garden. Trump's version of their presidencies and accomplishments is epic, as you might expect. Trump was particularly brutal to Obama and Biden. He called Biden Sleepy Joe and described him as by far the worst president in American history. He backs up his charge by describing the economic and political policy disasters of Biden, including the highest inflation ever recorded, all true. But nothing compares to the way Trump savages Obama. First, Trump highlights Obama's middle name, Hussein. The mainstream media went out of their way to erase that name for the past 18 years. Why? It's his name, given to him by his mother. What is everyone so afraid of? That we might draw a conclusion that Obama is a Muslim? So President Trump makes sure we all see his middle name front and center. Brutal, raw truth, bravo. Trump also describes Obama as a community organizer and one of the most divisive political figures in American history. Trump goes on to destroy Obama with raw truths about his failed Obamacare disaster, terrible Iran nuclear deal, disastrous foreign policy, stagnant U.S. economy, destruction of small business, and weaponization of government. All true. Trump humiliated Obama with brutal truths that have been whitewashed and blackballed by the fawning Marxist fake news media. President Trump is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. But even Trump has his faults. In this case, Trump was just a little too nice to Obama. That's right, too nice. Here are some nasty truths from me about Obama that should be added to Obama's bio under his portrait in the Presidential Hall of Fame. Hopefully these omissions can be rectified and added to the bio. First, Trump called Biden by far the worst president in American history. That's a mistake. Biden was never the president. He was a puppet, an old man with dementia who was packaged by slick PR experts to appear friendly and harmless, used as a frontman for the real president, Barack Hussein Obama, in his third term. Obama's description should now read, served 3 terms as the worst president in American history. It should state that Obama used this third term to finish the job of destroying America with inflation, open borders, and the worst military retreat in American history in Afghanistan. Yes, that should all be credited to Obama, not zombie puppet frontman Biden. Obama should be branded as the real-life Manchurian candidate sent by the deep state and our communist and globalist enemies to destroy America, American exceptionalism, and capitalism. Obama's bio should state that the Obama scam began at Columbia University, where he was my classmate, by the way, where he lied, cheated, and committed fraud to get admitted into Columbia as a foreign exchange student. I am certain of it. And to prove this point, ask a simple question. Obama's Columbia records have been sealed for decades. Why? If Obama was not admitted to Columbia as a foreign student, we challenge you, Mr. Obama, to unseal your records and prove us wrong. Obama's bio should state he used the presidency to loot America with the help of his 2 corrupt henchmen, VP Joe Biden and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and of course her Clinton Foundation located offshore. They committed extortion and fraud while Obama got a piece of the stolen money, just like a mafia boss. They acted with his permission and on his orders. Obama's bio should state he stole the 2012 presidential election by weaponizing the IRS to persecute GOP donors, conservative PACs, pro-life groups, Tea Party groups, Jewish and Christian organizations, all to distract and starve GOP fundraising efforts and activism. Obama's bio should state he was the original inventor of open borders and used his 3 terms to purposely flood America with tens of millions of criminals, murderers, rapists, perverts, pedophiles, MS-13 gangbangers, terrorists, and low IQ welfare queens, all in an effort to steal elections and permanently change America to a one-party country ruled by Democrats. Obama's bio should state he's the father of the Cloward-Piven plan. Cloward-Piven was a plan created at Columbia University to destroy America and capitalism by overwhelming the system with people dependent on welfare and food stamps. Obama simply updated the plan by using the open borders, foreign invasion to overwhelm our country, collapse our economy, and steal our elections. Obama's bio should also include the fact that he sold out our country to the Chinese Communist Party, the terrorist mullahs of Iran, the Muslim Brotherhood, and the Mexican drug cartels. It should include the fact that Obama made the Arab Spring happen, thereby enabling overthrow of moderate Arab governments by Muslim extremists to help his buddies in the Muslim Brotherhood. It should include the disaster and fraud of Benghazi, where Obama and Hillary covered up the sale of weapons to our radical Muslim terrorist enemies, which resulted in the deaths of a U.S. ambassador and several American heroes on his security team. It should include the fact that Obama gave billions of dollars to Iran to fund terrorism around the world, including pallets of cash in an unmarked cargo plane in an illegal prisoner exchange. It should include the fact that Obama used his third term with Biden as frontman to persecute Trump with scores of federal indictments to send him to prison for the rest of his life, and then piled on with civil suits to bankrupt him. Obama's bio should end with the fact that millions of Americans who still have common sense and who aren't blind, deaf, or dumb believe Obama is an enemy of America who tried to destroy us from within the White House. The real-life Manchurian candidate, a stealth communist, a closeted gay man, and a radical Muslim ally. Does anyone of the 77 million Americans like you who voted for President Trump disagree with anything I just said? President Trump's presidential wall of fame is fantastic and hilarious. I love that it tells raw truth and humiliates Trump's predecessors. Trump was just a little too nice to Obama. We got to work on that. We got to make Trump tougher. All right. This segment of the show, actually the entire show, is sponsored by Energize Health. They're the main title sponsor of this show. For 5 years, every single show I've got. I joined the Energize Health program 5 years ago, November of 2020, and it changed my life and my career. I lost 25 pounds of fat, gained 10 pounds of muscle in only 88 days to start the program. 5 years ago, my life's never been the same. I gained energy and cellular hydration, got in the best shape of my life, got the healthiest of my life, and I gained 4 new TV shows and podcasts past the age of 61. I don't think that's ever happened in TV history, and I know why it happened. The fat melted off my body, and it melted off my face. I'm almost 65 years old, and I look younger now than I did at age 50. Show the photos on the screen. Me at age 50, 15 years ago, and me today. I've reversed aged. Energize Health is my fountain of youth. For decades, Energize Health has done the same thing for thousands of other people, including thousands of my fans right here on RAV. Thank you, Energize Health. It's all about the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Here's your chance to be like Wayne. Great Christmas present or New Year's gift to yourself. You can change your life, supercharge your health, and I hope, like it happened for me, reverse age. I hope you can do it too. A special 5-day challenge to find out whether you like this program. It only costs $5. Start the new year right. Learn how to lose fat, gain energy, and feel amazing in 5 days without starving yourself, without going to the gym for hours, and without using all those new diet drugs that have horrible side effects. The challenge starts Monday, January 5th. So register now at my555challenge.com. That's my555challenge.com. Up next, we start America's Top 10 Countdown.
Tonight's show is brought to you in part by Energized Health. Transform your health from the inside out with intercellular hydration.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed 401ks forever by initiating the process that will allow gold into 401ks. But here's even better news. You don't need to wait for your 401k provider. You can use this strategy today. With a self-directed gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, you can convert your IRA or 401k into an account with all the same tax benefits, but you own something that will be there when you need it. To find out more, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Inside, they will show you exactly how to diversify your IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Do it now before the rest of America jumps in. Click below for your free info kit.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
All right, Wayne Allen Roots, segment 2. That means we start America's Top 10 Countdown. I want to mention my book. If you need a great Christmas gift at the last minute, there's, 4 or 5 days left before Christmas. You can also give it as a New Year's gift. How Democrats Have Made America Great. It's a gag gift, 140 blank pages. I didn't have to write one word. It took me 5 minutes to write this book. I just needed to write the front page and the back page of the book. Covers, that's it. 140 blank pages and a hilarious gag gift. Give it to all your friends. Only available at Amazon. #1 bestseller at Amazon by Wayne Allen Root. How Democrats Have Made America Great. Everything you need to know. And the answer is nothing. They've never done a damn thing to make America great. They send the book in 24 hours or 48 hours. You still have time to get it as a great Christmas gift. All right, now we start America's Top 10 Countdown with number 10. All right, we have an illegal alien problem, no surprise, and a welfare problem, no surprise, and they intersect, 2 for the price of 1. Let me read you a few headlines. Last week I mentioned in Minnesota they found out that literally every single illegal alien from Somalia who has a child is on some form of welfare, every one of them. Well, now we find out in the entire United States, 59% of illegal alien families are on welfare programs costing us $42 billion. Who disclosed it? Scott Turner, the United States Housing and Urban Services Secretary. Almost 60% of all illegals are on some form of welfare program. And then a story out of Missouri. The U.S. Department of Agriculture just approved waivers. 18 states are taking advantage so far, allowing each state to prohibit the use of food stamps for candy, sugary drinks, and other items that are considered junk, right? Junk food, sugar food, poisonous crap that gives people diabetes, that costs us billions of dollars in healthcare costs. And what does the person say who's on welfare? They found a woman. They interviewed her on TV. She says, what's the point of food stamps if it's just for real food? People with children don't want real food. There's the problem with America. Countdown number 9. We also have a transgender problem. The FBI this week arrested a 5th suspect in the attempted New Year's Eve bombing plot in Southern California. Brought to you by the far-left Antifa-style cell obsessed with anti-American and pro-Palestinian propaganda. It turns out 2 of them are militant, hateful transgenders. One of them, a transgender, is an ex-Marine. The media refuses to report all the murders and mass murderers and terror attack plots by violent transgenders. It's time to take this problem seriously. Trans isn't a gender. There are only two genders, man and woman, created by God. Trans is a cult and a severe mental illness. Countdown number 8. We also have a radical Islam terrorist problem, not just in America, but all over the world. Instead of letting millions of people into our country who are incompatible with America or the U.S. Constitution or Judeo-Christian values or capitalism and who refuse to assimilate and pose a terror threat, how about we ban legal immigration? Of course, we always should secure the border and ban illegal immigration, but let's ban legal immigration for anyone who believes in global intifada, for anyone who believes in Muslim domination, anyone who hates Jews or Christians. And here's the big one, anyone who believes in the Quran, which states clearly, if we will not convert to Islam, they are free to murder or enslave us. Here's a headline, more Islamic terror attacks against Christmas markets foiled in Europe. The end of France. Paris cancels New Year's Eve concert over fears of migrant violence. What does that mean? Once again, a Muslim terror attack. France, Australia, and Germany have all canceled New Year's celebrations. They won't say why. We know why. They're afraid of Muslim Islamic radical terror attacks. Countdown number 7. We have a Chinese immigrant problem. Here's a headline. Chinese researcher on a U.S. visa charged with smuggling E. coli into the country. I mean, I'm telling you, we're letting people in whose goal is to murder us or mass murder us or release a pandemic again to destroy our economy. All right, countdown number 6. We also have a young adult problem. A majority of young adults in America now support socialism. Why is this happening? A couple of headlines tell it all. This teachers union, it's called the National Education Association. They've got over 3 million members. First of all, they don't believe in the word America. They want you to use the word the country we now know as the United States of America. Why would that be? Could that be because they're looking to destroy the United States of America? Second of all, they want every young child taught neo-pronouns, conceptual identities such as cat, cats, and cat self. Insanity! And last but not least, Yale. We found out there are 0 Republican professors across 27 academic departments at Ivy League Yale. Folks, our kids are being taught by communist nut jobs. Countdown number 5. What's my signature saying? Trump gets more done in a week than any other president, including my hero Reagan, ever got done in literally 8 years. Here's a few things this week. Trump moves to ban hospitals from providing transgender health care for children. Excellent. We found out Fed inflation way down. Trump halts diversity green card lottery. Trump drops receipts on U.S. savings and wages up. Inflation down, wages up dramatically. Trump says executive order to put us on the moon by 2028 and have a permanent colony on the moon. Trump signs executive order reclassifying cannabis for people who have cancer and other diseases. Trump launches massive Freedom 250 to ignite America's 250th birthday celebration. And Trump says he's got literally the proof that 2020 was stolen. All right, this segment of the show sponsored by Gold Gate Capital. And once again, I want you to take note. Gold is flying. I've spent the past 25 years warning you about inflation, reckless spending, insane levels of deficit and debt. Half of this country on 100 different forms of welfare, including millions of illegal aliens. And this isn't just happening in America. It's happening in every country around the world. It's a ticking time bomb. And don't forget, World War III still looming. Europe wants it badly. The best solution I see to prevent economic decline or total collapse and disaster is gold, which is why every central bank in the world right now is piling on. They're buying all-time record amounts of gold. That's why gold is going through the roof. When I first started singing the praise of gold, it was $400 an ounce. Today, it's way over $4,000. It's over $4,300. So what are you waiting for? Goldman Sachs is going to $5,000. Follow the smart money. I believe the table is set for the most incredible bull rally in precious metals history. But don't wait or procrastinate. You don't want to be left behind holding the bag, a bag full of worthless dollars. Gold Gate Capital sells physical gold and silver. Physical. You can feel it in your hands. It's delivered right to your door or inside your IRA, SEP IRA, or 401k retirement account, 100% insured. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And only for my fans, you can receive up to $25,000 in free silver on qualifying accounts. Call Gold Gate Capital today. You could qualify for up to $25,000 in silver. 855-770-GOLD. That's 855-770-GOLD. Don't be the last one without the gold bars to protect you. 855-770-GOLD or goldgatecapital.com. We'll be right back. Up next, great interviews and the Final Four.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed 401ks forever by initiating the process that will allow gold into 401ks. But here's even better news. You don't need to wait for your 401k provider. You can use this strategy today. With a self-directed gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, you can convert your IRA or 401k into an account with all the same tax benefits. But you own something that will be there when you need it. To find out more, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Inside, they will show you exactly how to diversify your IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Do it now before the rest of America jumps in. Click below for your free info kit.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
All right, time now for my conversation with Mr. Peter Tickton from my daily video podcast, Warzone, which you can find on Rumble, at thegatewaypundit.com, and at patriot.tv, Monday through Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Peter Tickton is the founder of the Tickton Law Group. He's been an attorney for President Donald J. Trump, and now he's the lead attorney for Tina Peters. we began our conversation discussing President Trump's pardon of Tina Peters and if the DOJ could make the case that a federal pardon does apply to a state crime.
Well, it's not going to be up to the DOJ to do that. It's going to be up to my legal team and me for Tina Peters to do that. And,
Okay.
you know, we've got quite a team. I mean, we've got Patrick McSweeney, you know, Bob Sinclair, John Case, Stephanie Lambert, and myself, you know, as the team leader. So, you know, I'm pretty sure that we have a really good case for it because it's true. You know, and it's kind of funny because a month ago I would have said the same thing that they're saying. Because when you read the Constitution, we're talking about Article 2, Section 2, Paragraph 1. The Constitution basically says that he, meaning the president, can issue a pardon for offenses against the United States. So what does that mean to you? What does it mean to anybody in the 21st century? The United States is a great country, and we think of the country. We think of the federal aspect of the United States when we think of the United States. You know, so, you know, if I were to talk about the United States, I say it is a great country because I'm talking about the federal aspects of it. I'm talking about the country. But before the Civil War, and even through it, that's not the way people thought of the United States. You know, a state, a nation, country, they're all synonymous, those words. So we could have been called the United Nations, we could have been called the United States as we were, or the United Countries. And if you were to think of, you know, put yourself in the mentality of how it must have been for our founders at the time that they wrote the Constitution and decided that the leader of the country should have the right to make pardons. At that time, there were no federal laws to pardon, except one was created in the Article 3, Section 3, in regard to treason. But even there, when they're talking about it, they spoke differently. They didn't speak of the United States as it. It spoke of the United States and their enemies, not its enemies. Mm-hmm. And this distinction in terms of these pronouns are really important because they really show what we're talking about. Before, you know, the Civil War was a horrendous war. 750,000 lives were taken. You know, we used to think it was 600,000 or 650, but they upgraded that somehow in the last years. And it's 750,000 lives.
People don't realize, Peter, that's the most in history, much more than World War II for American lives, much more.
Much more than World War II, much more than World War I, much more. Vietnam was 58,000 lives.
Right.
So, you know, when you put these numbers together, I don't think there were more than that in World War I, World War II, and Vietnam all together.
Combined. Yeah.
Combined.
Right.
And also, we're talking about out of a population that was much smaller. We were only 100 million at the time.
So if I understand this argument, Peter, what you're really saying is when the founders came up with this idea of the pardon, they weren't seeing the United States as the country, the United States of America. They were saying the United States, meaning these states, these colonies together, right?
Exactly. That's what it meant. So if I were to read it the way it was meant and put in a word or two just to make it make sense, it's, you know, that he has the right to pardon all of the or offenses against any or all of the states in the United States. In other words, you know, let's just say, you know, there was a new country that started, Bolivia and Ecuador, and let's say 4 countries in South America decided to get together and call themselves the United Countries of South America, right? And the president had the right to pardon anyone in the United Countries of South America. You'd be thinking at that time of the countries because the countries were all. I mean, when we, and yeah, at the time of the Revolutionary War, right after the Revolutionary War, we changed. You know, we were colonies, and each colony turned into a state, into a nation in its own right.
You're going to have to make that argument. I get it. But I mean, the question is, will we be arguing in front of liberal judges in Colorado who don't care how good your argument is? They're going to just say no, 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 you know? That's the problem.
Exactly. And that's what I'm anticipating. And our whole team has gone through this whole analysis as to what we need to do. And what we're doing is we have two prongs. We're going to commence an action, hopefully this week, in the federal court in Denver for declaratory relief, so that the court will be able to rule as to the fact that the pardon is a good pardon or not. It doesn't matter what they say. Whoever loses is definitely going to appeal to the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. And it doesn't matter what they say, because we're actually going to have to take this to the Supreme Court.
Of course.
But the thing that's good about it, it's only a legal argument. There's no facts that need to be proven. So we'll be able to make this thing happen with either a motion for judgment on the pleadings or a motion for summary